panelists. From left to right, Charlotte Ivers is the political correspondent at Times Radio and a colleague of mine on the Sunday Times. Anthony Wells is head of, from memory, European Political and Social Research at YouGov, the amazingly good polling company. And James Raine is the co-founder of Public First, and more importantly for our purposes, the author of the new CPS report, The New Majority, which sets out the state of the coalition and is a really good way to start our first panel on can the Conservatives win in 2024? James, do you want to kick off?
Okay. I will crack on. Let me just get the sound away. Is that okay for everybody? Yeah. So can the Conservatives win the next election? Yes, is the short answer. The longer answer is, by far the biggest challenge that the party's got is to keep less affluent working class voters on side into the next election. So the voter coalition that they established in 2019 was very broad, as you know. So it was made up of partly, better off, I'm slightly generalizing here, but sort of better off middle class, older Southern Conservatives on the one hand, some of whom will remain, some of whom will leave, to, on the other side, people that had never voted Conservative before, often had come from quite anti-conservative families even, in certain areas of the country, South Yorkshire, North Nottinghamshire, these sorts of places, not natural Conservatives at all, but had come to the Conservative Party gradually over the 2010s, and then very quickly once Brexit happened and once the referendum was taking place. So that was the coalition. So a lot of working class voters, authentically working class voters for the first time. And when you look at the coalition now, about where that coalition is now, disproportionately the Conservatives have lost the support of these less affluent working class voters. So as I say, these voters that hadn't traditionally voted Conservatives are now drifting away. So people that say they are financially very under pressure, essentially poorer working class voters, are only around half of them have stuck around compared to 2019. And the Conservatives need to get those guys back on side if they're going to win a majority of the next election. So the paper that Rob mentioned a moment ago was essentially a long strategy note, which I did for the CPS on how to keep these voters on side. And I'll just very quickly talk about how that might be. So most importantly, obviously, is to help them through the cost of living crisis. So the main reason why these less affluent working class voters have switched away is a sense that the Conservatives have let them down during the cost of living crisis. There are other things as well. There's a bit of immigration is in there. There's a bit on sort of concerns about lack of progress on levelling up, etc. But overwhelmingly, it's around a perceived failure to help them through the cost of living crisis. So first things first, they need massive help, and they need that help immediately. And we can talk about what that might look like. But overwhelmingly, they are interested in capping energy bills, hence why the government is going in that direction. But in terms of a longer-term strategy, that strategy needs to be defined primarily by two values, which are essentially obsessions of working class voters. The first is fairness, so a sense that everybody is being treated in a fair way. At the moment, they don't believe that. So when you ask questions about how the sort of economic system works, how capitalism works, if you like, there is a sense that it does not work for them, and that it does work for more affluent middle class people. That's very strong, and there's a sense that the Conservative Party is really for the rich and for business people. So the party's values need to really focus on fairness on the one hand. The other big thing is patriotism. So when you look at the thing that really bound the Conservative Party together, this disparate coalition together in 2019, above all, it was a sense of British patriotism. Now, by that, I don't mean some sort of aggressive, sort of exclusive nationalism, if you like, but something which is probably a bit more akin to the patriotism that David Cameron personified, which was just quiet, confident, decent, inclusive, quite low key. It's not all about flag waving and sort of great outward displays of patriotism, but just a sort of quiet confidence in the country. That bound the coalition together. And it's actually, I think, not really been explored enough, this point about patriotism, because the Labour Party have really struggled with that in recent times. Much less so with Starmer, but it's still a bit of an issue. What does this mean in practice then? Well, perhaps we'll talk about this a bit more in questions, but in terms of an economic policy, obviously first things first, get them through the economic crisis, but there is a vision of capitalism, of the market, which would appeal to these voters, which is around things like stepping in to stop certain big businesses behaving in a bad way. We look at the way certain utility providers have behaved in recent times, partly that, but also we've seen lots of stories around firms that are failing, paying ludicrous sums to their senior executives when there is literally no money to pay them, or just completely absurd dividends to shareholders when there is no money, or dipping into financial reserves to dipping into pension pots and all these sorts of things when again there is no money. So there is a sort of sense that really businesses should be run much more like successful smaller and medium-sized businesses, for example. They would favour a economic policy which was much more aggressively on the side of consumers as well. Again, this is something which we can perhaps talk about during the questions. The other thing is levelling up. Time is ticking for the government. I think overwhelmingly the levelling up policy should now be focused on poorer towns, particularly on high streets, and antisocial behaviour to make these sort of poorer towns feel better. Because a lot of working class voters in these working class towns feel like everything's decaying. They're struggling to pay their energy bills. They're struggling to put food on the table. That's bad enough. They'll then go outside. There's antisocial behaviour on the street. There's open drug use and drug dealing. There's vandalism. And there is a feeling in large numbers of these towns, a lot of whom have only recently started to vote Conservative, that it's just decaying in front of their eyes. So given that time is ticking, I think the levelling up policy should be focused much more ruthlessly on effectively life in these sorts of town centres. I think I probably will leave it there and pass on to others, and maybe we can explore some of these themes as we all talk.
So thanks, James. And just on a sort of demographic point, so you made your name as the guy who invented you made your name for all sorts of reasons, but one of your most famous contributions to British politics was the idea of the just about managing, and this which became Theresa May's great theme in Downing Street. The idea that this the sort of Cameron appeal to the middle classes, but below that there was this tier of lower middle classes, upper working classes who were sort of who were getting the sort of John Howard type battlers, and this isn't what you're talking about here. What you're saying is that group, who were the battleground sort of 10 years ago, have actually pretty much come over to the Conservatives and are now Conservatives. Yeah. And the battleground is the people who are genuinely like working class breadline, struggling to get by.
Just very briefly on that. So to sort of use a bit of a generalization, the sorts of people that I was talking about in the past, that just about managing, might be your skilled car worker in somewhere like Derby or Coventry or somewhere like that. It's that sort of person. Now we're talking much more about people who are effectively in precarious work. They might be renting, they might be in more casual work. It's those people that have come over, again, more sort of authentically working class, if you like.
Thanks very much. No, Anthony, to you.
I've got a slight face there, and the people who were just about managing 5 years ago probably are the people who aren't managing now. That is probably part of our point now, is how wide that group of people who are seriously struggling is going to be. In terms of when Rob and James first invited me on here, I did warn James today, I thought we would be furiously agreeing with each other. In terms of James's prescription, I think I do probably furiously agree. Where I differ is levels of pessimism about whether it's deliverable in terms of can the Conservatives win. I think it is extremely difficult from this point, just because of the amount they need to deliver very, very quickly. Looking through the James's report and the polling behind it, for example, there's amongst the two groups of sort of poorer voters in the Tory coalition, about half of them think the government could be doing more to help with the cost of living, but aren't. And right now, that's fine. They've got an excuse because Boris Johnson has been sitting in the departure lounge for the last month, But now they've got no excuse not to deliver. And so they really do need to do something and demonstrate that they've got a grip over the next couple of weeks, or it'll be very difficult for them to wheel back if those first attempts seem to have not been enough or not to have delivered properly. That will be people's first impression of Liz Truss, and wheeling back from that afterwards, if you get bullied into doing a little bit more, or you've seemed to have failed the first time round, will be incredibly difficult for them. I'm not sure that it has sunk in the amount. Other stuff we've done is sort of, I've been trying to do polling on and actually getting those heating things and things like that, and how much people think they're going to cut back. And it's sort of, I got a quarter of people, I've got about half of people were saying, yeah, well, I'll cut my heating down a bit and fewer hours. But there was a quarter of people saying, I'll barely be able to afford my heat my home at all, except on a minimal basis. And about 6% of people saying, no, I won't be able to afford anything. I won't be able to afford the heating on at all. There's a huge number of people this is going to hit. And James spoke about on the focus groups of people just seeing the country falling apart behind them. I think while Keir Starmer hasn't quite got the hang of it yet and quite hasn't got the right place and the right solution yet, there's almost a narrative falling into their hands of a country that's just completely falling apart. You can't afford to heat your house. If you get ill and you phone up an ambulance, it doesn't come. They really do risk having a country that seems to be falling apart and just not the finances available to actually pay for it to the extent that people will notice and feel that they've done enough. I think that's the biggest challenge for the party now, is being seen to have done enough to actually address the really, really deep concerns of the public.
So just again to push you on that, so I've just loaded up the YouGov's latest Westminster voting intention, which has the Conservatives at 28 and Labour at 43. Normally, you'd look at that and say that there's no chance they can.
We had that a couple of weeks ago, and I thought, okay, that's a rogue poll. The next one will bounce back, and it did a bit. And then I got that one. I thought, okay, maybe it was the one that was the bounce back that was the rogue poll, and the two of his, we'll see over the next week, because if Liz Truss comes in and the announcement is a sort of it's seen like Rishi's first furlough scheme of really gripping the problem and taking command of it, doing something that's big enough to make a difference, we might see a big boost and you might turn around.
So you would sort of agree with James that like these bars are being driven by cost of living above all?
Yes, absolutely. I don't think there's any real doubt about it now.
Yeah. Well, Charlotte, I mean, not a professional pollster, but you spend a larger chunk of your life than is probably healthy for anyone talking to MPs. So, do the Tories think they can win the next election? Do you think they can win the next election?
I do. These two get to speak to the public, whereas I don't have that pleasure. I have to speak to our representatives, which has been really fascinating in the last week or so, I think, because if you'd asked me on Monday, on Tuesday, how are politicians feeling about the future of the Conservative Party, there is really only one answer. They are very unnerved at the moment. In the room where they chose their new leader, it did not feel like a big celebration like it did when Boris Johnson came in. There's a really huge sense that the country is in a really bad place for all the reasons that we've just heard there. And also perhaps that Liz Truss doesn't necessarily have the charisma that someone like Boris Johnson had. Even she and her team will admit to you that they are aware that she is not a fantastic performer. We don't really know how that's going to go down with the public. It could be that her being a bit stilted, a bit serious is considered appropriate for serious times, or it could be that she just looks weird, frankly. And we know that the public don't like weird politicians. They didn't like Gordon Brown, they didn't like Theresa May, they didn't like Ed Miliband. Weirdness isn't fantastic. But
compared to Boris Johnson, maybe complete opposite end of the spectrum. Maybe that is what people are going to want after a few years of someone who is charming and bumptious, but a bit weird in a different direction. So in terms of what's changed in probably the last 2 hours, just been at Prime Minister's questions, and suddenly Conservative MPs felt excitable again. That room actually had an atmosphere, which is the first room I've been in all week that's had an atmosphere, to be honest. And the reason for that, I think, is because we had a proper ideological debate. The conversation that was going on was not, oh, well, we're doing X new policeman. No, you're doing Y new policeman. No, you spent X, Y, Z. Gordon Brown sold the gold. It was very much focused on, right, we are going to do something with people's energy bills. Of course, Liz Truss won't tell us what, although we know what it's going to be. And we are going to pay for that out of general borrowing and taxation. We are not going to have a windfall tax. And the entire conversation was about whether Liz Truss was going to fund her energy policy through increased taxation or not. And Liz Truss was saying, I'm not going to, because I don't believe we can tax our way to growth. And I believe that that would be bad for investment. That presumably is quite exciting if you're a Conservative and you are a Conservative who likes ideas, because I don't think we've really had that for a while. This is actual policy and ideological difference. The challenge there then, of course, is that you can explain the policy around a windfall tax in one sentence, which is they've got big profits, they should pay. That is pretty convincing. A lot of people seem to agree with it. The last bit of polling I saw on a windfall tax was 84% of people support it, 7% of people don't. So Liz Truss is going out on a limb here. This is a proper ideologue. This is someone who believes this and is going to do it, even though it might be difficult. But then she has to explain her position, which takes a lot longer to explain. Her position, of course, is that this would be damaging for investment in the long term, that having a healthy environment for businesses means that there will be more jobs, there will be more growth, we're all better off, maybe even there'll be a bigger tax take. And that is a bigger sell, a longer sell than just one sentence, they are profiting, they should pay. And Labour had a really interesting line as well, which is all of you, all of us are going to have to pay for this, because of course it is going to come out of borrowing or general taxation. I think that's interesting because this is a big ideological risk that is being taken here. And whether Liz Truss can make her case will be really, really fascinating. Everyone I've spoken to in Parliament over the last few days has essentially said that this premiership will be defined this week, and specifically it will be defined tomorrow when we hear what the energy plan is. Will that be enough? Will people feel they're protected? And then as well, will they feel that it's fair? You've just heard James and Anthony talking about fairness there as well. And I can see the case that it should be considered enough, because obviously we think it's going to basically eliminate the energy price rise. It's the fairness point, I think, that could be a real risk for Liz Truss. What's she going to do about the criticisms there? Because again, Labour don't necessarily have the right message, but they certainly have the simpler message. Then the other thing, I suppose, and Rob's asked me to mention this a bit because we obviously do the same job at the Sunday Times. We're both columnists. Rob does very interesting, intricate things with data, and I whinge about not getting any nice things from the government. And there is something going on there which is rather interesting, which is that the age at which people switch from voting Labour to Conservative en masse is going up. It used to be the case that it was somewhere around your early 30s, and increasingly it is just drifting up and up and up. And I think quite a lot about why that might be. And also politicians like to speak to me quite a lot about why that might be, because they read me complaining and then they come and tell me they agree. And I think a lot of that is the housing market. Obviously, if you are going to own a home, that's a massive indicator of voting Conservative. A lot of young people can't. I think part of it as well is a good reason for voting Conservative is that they keep your taxes down. Well, if you're on the new student loan plan, which I delightfully am, then your tax, the amount of money that you keep after you pay your taxes and have your outgoings, is incredibly high. And because the interest rates are so high, you never pay it off. So my marginal tax rate, I believe, is currently about 52% of every pound that I earn over 50 grand, which sort of feels like a not very conservative position to be in. So those are the two things I always bang the drum on. And what fascinates me about that is that I have had people who have been incredibly senior in the government departments responsible for those essentially telling me, yes, you are right, we've done nothing. They usually are out of the job by the time they say this. But also backbenchers always coming up to me really concerned about this type of thing and distinctly aware that they are creating a much longer term problem for themselves if this trend continues. So I think there are two issues here. The first one, I suppose, is what happens immediately next. And the second one is whether the Conservatives are just creating a decades-long problem.
Yes. Well, I think we'll come back to the long-term stuff later in the panel. But I wanted to pick up on the windfall tax point. I won't ask for a show of hands here because I know that all of you, as believers in economic orthodoxy, will oppose a windfall tax. Apart from James, obviously. But I was struck by being at the final Tory hustings on Wednesday, and Rishi Sunak got a cheer for his defence of a windfall tax, even among an audience of 6,000 Conservative activists, which is quite striking. So, obvious question. We've talked about this almost entirely in terms of the Tories and their attitude. What is our voters sold on Starmer? What is Labour? Is what we're seeing in the polls entirely about attitudes to the government?
I always caveat the old cliche of, government oppositions don't win elections, governments lose them. But oppositions can lose them too. They need to look not scary enough for the people who've already gone off the government to risk putting them in office. And obviously that is most of what Starmer's done. It's just been detoxifying Labour, trying to deal with anti-Semitism, trying to deal with the far left and so on. He's made a lot of progress, but for some reason he doesn't gel with people. When he was very, very first leader, there's a tracker we asked, and it's one of my favourites, on just whether an opposition leader looks like a prime minister in waiting. And when he first became prime minister, he scored really well on that. He looked like Blair and Cameron, and this was, okay, they've got a winner there. And it's just turned around, and now his ratings are awful. Is
it the voice? Yeah. For me, it's the voice.
I don't know, because I don't know how. I haven't yet worked out a way of asking the question of, does this guy have a weird voice that you can't make him prime minister? He can't sound too weird to be prime minister. But there is people have got to the point of looking at Keir Starmer and not seeing him as prime ministerial. But I haven't quite got my finger on why.
James,
he's definitely not connected. So I'm going to talk about working class voters again. He's certainly not connected with the working class voters that have begun to peel away. And most of the working class voters that have come to peel away have sort of mostly gone to the don't know column. They're just not sure where they're going to vote. I suppose we don't know yet how Liz Truss is going to work out. Although, as Charlotte said, I agree that we will know, I think, by Friday whether she's at least viable. If Thursday doesn't go well, then I think it's looking very, very, very difficult. But there's one thing I wanted to mention, which is the Conservative Party is very vulnerable on its right-wing flank, and you could imagine a lot of these voters currently in the don't know column could basically go into this sort of barrage column, depending on the sort of vote, sort of alternative which is offered. Cost of living will do it. I mentioned immigration before. That is starting to come up and is going to be more of an issue. Primarily, it's around illegal immigration via small boats, but there's also been increasing attention around very large-scale legal immigration. And people will tolerate that when they think that the government is in control of the levers. So the reason that Leave won in 2016 was primarily around control. And people would always say, very, very happy with continued large-scale immigration if it's controlled, and we've chosen to do that. If it looks like they just have no levers to pull, that's where the great vulnerability, I think, will lie amongst this group of voters. So, no, they're certainly not. They're certainly not going over to Starmer. They could very easily go over to a far right party. Last thing I'll say on this is, we have traditionally in the last 20, 25 years had some sort of populist movement or party on the right of the Conservative Party. Began with the Referendum Party. Then it went to UKIP. There was a bit of a dalliance with the BNP amongst some voters, particularly in the Northwest. and then it sort of went away during the referendum period. It will come back in some form. We just don't know where it's going to come, and the cost of living crisis and immigration will probably create that again. Too early to know how big that gets, but it has been there for 25 years. It's strange that it's not there at the moment.
And a question for all of the panel. If Charlotte wants to lead off on this, because should we just ban the phrases blue wall and red wall?
Yeah, I would like to. Yeah.
That's a yes from James.
I was forced to use the word purple wall in copy the other day, which is a Labour Tory marginal, and I was extremely unhappy about it. So yes, I think so.
Yes, absolutely. No one uses it for what it originally meant anyway, which was quite useful. But no, please ban it.
Okay, well, that's on one thing we have consensus on. I mean, obviously, I will say that I think the path to a trust victory lies in doing all of the things that the CPS think tank tells her to: growth soaring, the economy fixing itself, and the country entering a new Elizabethan age. So yeah, so ignore these nattering nabobs of negativism around me. But before we go to audience questions, I'd like to address Charlotte's larger point, because obviously this thing that there's been, what we're talking about here is effectively, or what James is talking about, is effectively the thing which a lot of people have been calling the realignment, which is just this shift from sort of economics to culture, this broadening of the class basis of the Conservative Party, the sense that it's becoming more of a Johnson party than the Cameron party, but still with a substantial chunk of Cameron type people within it. But sort of longer term, is there? But obviously, age is a huge driver of that. Age and culture, and are the Tories storing up trouble for themselves? I mean, if they go down your route, James, of speaking to the primarily to the working class voters, aren't they going down a demographic dead end? And given that the country is steadily becoming more middle class,
I don't think so. I mean, 10 years ago there was this effectively this argument that the decline of the Conservative Party was a sort of on its current trajectory, i.e. the trajectory that it was then on, was a historic inevitability. Just we were becoming more urban, we were becoming more middle class, we were becoming more professional, more graduates, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden that argument went down a hole because we had Brexit, we had the Boris Johnson surge, we had the 2019 election, and a lot of people that were saying historical inevitability all of a sudden said, actually, we never said that, and in fact this was not what I meant, and all the rest of it. I don't think that there are certain things that younger people are really quite different on. But fundamentally, as coming back to some of the things that Charlotte was saying, people, they want a house, they want a job. I don't think that changes that fundamentally. And it was only in 2010, 18 to 24s were effectively tied between Tory and Labour. It has deteriorated very rapidly over the last decade. I don't think that these voters are gone forever. But I'd also sort of caution against, it's as we're I'm sort of into middle age now, and we have a lot of younger staff, and you do sort of have this idea of, are we really terribly detached from them? Are they so different? Is it all sort of faintly embarrassing when we try and talk to them? And do they think that we're really odd? And oh my God, it feels so terribly self-conscious.
If any members of the Public First team are here and want to comment, we have microphones available.
They're not that different in the sense of it. As I say, it does come down to these sort of basics, really. A few things that are different. Anyway, I'm rambling. Sorry, Anthony.
I assume the reason that age skew has become so extreme is those combined things like housing and student tuition fees and so on. But people who always looked at the age difference, and especially people on the left looked at the age difference and reassured themselves that the Tories are all old, so the Tories will die and that future will be Labour. And the Tory party adapts. It is, that great, it may be slightly more ideological under Liz Truss, but it's not ideological when it needs to be. It is an election winning machine. If generations of young people, when they are older, they want different things. The Tory party will change and adapt. It's not going to go away in that sense.
Well, yeah. Therese Coffey was interrupted on a radio interview this morning by Dr. Dre on her mobile phone, which is not something you could have said about the Thatcher cabinet.
I suppose the one thing I'd add to that, just because it's something that I found quite intriguing recently, is one of the reasons why a lot of Conservative MPs are so scared of opposition is because of what they saw under Blair. I think the impact of Blair, the scarring of Blair on Conservative MPs, even ones, most of the MPs in Parliament never knew opposition, and yet this is so heavily ingrained in their consciousnesses, is because he did manage to create these big structural changes to the way that our country operates in a way that actually the Conservatives haven't in the last 12 years. One of the things that they point to is the 50% of people going to university target. Now, obviously, university graduates more likely to vote Labour. They view that as a massive achievement by Blair, a massive quiet shift in the way in which people think in this country. And then as well, the fact that Blair and Brown were just extremely good at putting their people into big public bodies, into things like museums, universities. They were effective in that in a way that the current government just simply haven't been. And one of the big fears Conservative MPs have about opposition is that it probably or possibly would be an opposition propped up by either the Liberal Democrats or the SNP, at which point you're looking at big potential constitutional changes or changes to the voting system, which would make it a lot harder for them to get into power. So that's possibly another long-term element to be nervous of.
Well, we've got about a few minutes for questions. I mean, if people want to put their hands up, and we should hopefully have microphones coming around, or just shout very loudly. I mean, in the spirit of modern British politics, the lady at the front and then the lady behind her. Matthew, sorry, actually, sorry.
My name's Fatima. I'm chair of Lillian Wallen Green Ward in Fulham. I wanted to ask a question about Conservative policies and how difficult it is to implement them. For example, Liz Truss has said yes to fracking. Now, my vision is that even if a certain area approves of it, it won't get done. There'll be protesters at every fracking site, and the police will have difficulty trying to get rid of them in a way that doesn't hurt their feelings. So I just don't think Conservative policies in practice, we've had 12 years of a Conservative government, but not much in a way of Conservative policies of immigration, law and order. And, so what do you think about it?
I mean, I just say personally, I'm sort of baffled on the fracking point. I mean, I think fracking is a very, very good thing, but like onshore wind is also a very good thing and massively, massively more popular. But yeah, anyway, sorry, just my personal hobby horse then.
Can I essentially answer on that? I'm again fascinated by something that keeps coming up this week about Liz Truss, and obviously Liz Truss, in theory, is someone who has this very definite ideology and basically wants to rip it up and start again, roll the dice, and let's have a go at tearing down the economic orthodoxy and doing something completely new, which I find fascinating and almost kind of Corbynite in its appeal of, well, this isn't working, let's try something else. Everyone I speak to is divided on whether that stays and whether she has the ability to do that, or whether she gets in, she sees the in tray and she sees quite how difficult everything is and how many things she's meant to focus her attention on, and it's almost overwhelming, and she ends up just going to civil servants and picking between the three policies they present her because something needs fixing and fixing quickly, and then it becomes very orthodox and very boring and very much the same thing we've seen for the last decade or so. Almost sort of deep state capture is what I'm calling it in my head, although that makes me sound completely insane and like I'm standing outside with a sandwich board on. But I don't know is the answer. A couple of people have said to me, if anyone can do it, it is going to be her. She is someone who could rip things up. But I just do think the amount of information that goes through that building, Downing Street, every single day, it's going to take someone spectacular not to just fall back on the same levers that everyone else has fallen back on.
Just picking up on that point, I was Director of Communications at over the road, the Department for Education, during when Michael Gove was pushing through free schools and academies. I was very new to the civil service, and you would get these submissions, subs as they're all called, and you would have as Charlotte said, sort of normally 3 policy options, and they would do a mad one on that was like really, smash everything up. You could do this, you could do that. Or you could do something which was really terrible from the other side. It was sort of, they knew what they wouldn't want it. Or you could do this one, which was the one they recommended, which was, it was a bit more balanced. It'd be interesting to see if they drop the mad one now, because they think this person just go, yeah, I want that one. I want that. So I don't know we don't know yet which way it's going to go, but I would think that the radical option will all of a sudden be sort of diminished from these submissions, we'll see.
Yeah, we don't know where it is down to her character. The levers of power are there. She can do these things. It's how is she constrained by her party, by the other MPs, by Boris Johnson since Partygate has barely done anything. He's been worried about who's going to put letters in, who's going to vote against him. She has the levers of power at her hands now. It's how brave and enthusiastic she is in using them. I mean, if anything you can say about Liz Truss, and she seems to be enthusiastic and driven, I assume she will try and use these powers. It's what degree of pushback she gets from the country and the press and her party.
But one thing just to point out from James's report, which I'm going to bring up since he didn't, is that actually, I mean, I say this as having worked with Rachel on the 2019 manifesto, the priorities of the Boris Johnson government, Tory voters generally think they were good ideas. They like net levelling up, they like net zero, they like Brexit. They may not think they've been delivered on, they may not think they've been executed well, but they're still in agreement with the broad spirit of the piece. So the lady behind. Yeah.
Alignment between I couldn't reconcile myself with this alignment between the Conservative membership pool in their choice of leader and the Conservative Parliamentary Party. Talking about the future of conservatism, do we need to concentrate on the membership as well? Do we need to kind of strengthen the Conservative membership, which at 172,082 only voting for that particular leader is creating somehow a question within, in terms of representation and mandate and all that. So how do you reconcile yourself this different choice of leaders, more or less, starting with the beginning of the August and going down to the end?
As far as we try to work out why the Labour Party, why the Conservative Party membership was so anti-issue compared to the public and compared to members of Parliament, and eventually we just asked them an open-ended, and it did seem to be that sense of betrayal, the perception that Sunak had stabbed Boris Johnson in the back, and so it wasn't. I don't think it is so much an ideological battle within the Conservative Party membership on the person they choose, as in this was the guy who betrayed the leader. He doesn't. If you behave like that, you don't deserve to be leader. But obviously, that does, in itself raise questions of how Liz Truss does deal with the legacy of her predecessor and tie back all those wounds in the party and try and heal them.
Anyone else want to get into the activists versus?
I tell everyone I know to join the Conservative Party, because your chances of actually getting close to power and picking the next Prime Minister are clearly massively increased by that. But then I always think of when the Telegraph told everybody to join the Labour Party to vote for Jeremy Corbyn, because that would be very funny and they'd never get anywhere near power. And that went obviously almost extremely badly. So maybe be careful what you wish for. On
one of Toby Young's less dazzling contributions to public life. Any more questions? Actually, we're covering out time, so if we can take a couple together. Yeah, Matthew.
Thank you. Back to the question: can the Conservatives win the next election? I'd like to use the phrase "the blue wall," because can we win without winning the leafy shires of Surrey, Kent, and the West Country? Thank you.
And the lady in front. And then the gentleman behind. Let's get everything in as much as we can.
I was just on the point of Prime Minister in waiting that Anthony mentioned. I was wondering, I've been hearing since, especially we got down to the last two of the leadership race, from people in CCHQ and the like, that the first time ever that they maybe don't want to win the election, whether there's some strength in having an opposition party for the next couple of years. So just wondering what your thoughts on that is, like, do the Conservative Party want to win?
And then finally, then we'll, if we've got time, we'll do the other side.
Hello, yes. Actually, I'd like to ask you the question slightly the other way. Can the Labour Party get an outright majority at the next election? Statistically, they'd have to have the biggest swing that they've ever had towards them. And that may well be beyond them, particularly if they can't make any inroads in Scotland.
Well, anyone want to go first on all of those?
I'll go first in the last one because that's my area. They do need an incredibly large swing. On a uniform swing, it's where they can outperform it. And once swings get larger, it's sort of a uniform swing almost becomes a fantasy. It's not going to happen because you have the floor and ceiling effects. So if they do get a swing of that size, they'll get more seats than it looks like on a uniform swing. But bigger thing is the point you slipped in at the end there of Scotland is, you know, when they previously got majorities, it has always depended on that big chunk of, it used to be back when Scotland got, you know, 40, 50 seats in Scotland. Without that, they need to make up that much more elsewhere in England. So they really do need to get an overall majority. They need to start winning places that they won under Blair. And lots of those still, you know, I'm in one of those seats. I live in Dartford, one of those seats that Blair won, and I'm on a landslide. And it's not even on Labour's target lists now. It's so far out of reach. It is. So yeah, they do need to make some inroads in some quite unexpected places to get close to it.
Charlotte, do you want to get going?
Yeah, I'll take do the Conservatives want to win the next election, because I wrote 700 words on that for the New Statesman, so I've asked them. Essentially, the reason why a lot of Conservatives are saying they thought they should go into opposition, I think partly is that over half the parliamentary party now have never seen opposition in Parliament, so they don't realise quite how grim it is and how much you're screaming into a void a lot of the time. And also because they wanted to have a battle of ideas. Now the Liz Truss supporters don't feel like that anymore because they've now had the battle of ideas and they've won it, whereas the Rishi Sunak supporters, I think, would quite like to have another battle of ideas and win it. So someone did say to me, I think basically when anyone says we need to have a battle of ideas in this party, what they mean is everyone needs to agree with me, and that's what I think the outcome will be. But then the nervousness, I think, does come from what I was just talking about there, with the extent to which Tony Blair, with a decade in power, was able to make massive structural changes and to hold the Conservatives out for a long time as a result of that. Possibility of the SNP's involvement, possibility of the Lib Dems involvement does then create the risk of further structural changes that could mean that a nice 2-year period to have a big think and write a lot of lovely papers actually turns into a decade. Would add as well that if you are writing lovely papers and having a big think in opposition, they might make it onto page 20 of the Telegraph or the Guardian, but frankly, you are often just shouting into a void. So I think that great kind of flowering of thoughts, like it's 18th century Venice or something, probably doesn't necessarily happen in opposition. You only need to look at Keir Starmer to realise that.
What was it Gordon Brown said? 5 minutes in power is better than 5 decades in opposition, or 5 years in opposition. Or James, and I suppose the Leafy Shires as the arch enemy of the Leafy Shires.
Some of my best friends are from the Leafy Shires.
Hi.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. The Conservative Party, of course it needs the Leafy Shires, if you like. I think if I was being entirely self-critical, I would say that I have probably over the last few years been quite sort of simplistic on working class voters versus middle class voters to get this point across, that we really need working class voters, that the Conservative Party cannot survive unless it gets this group of voters on board, and indeed they can be got on board. But of course there needs to be a mesh of the two. The paper that I've just done for Rob makes it clear that there is both an economic and a social strategy which can bring these groups together. As I said, the biggest one of all, the biggest value of all that ties these people together is around sort of British patriotism, if you like. But there is an economic policy in there which ties both groups together. Mostly that's quite straightforward. There is probably a little bit of disagreement over some of the redistributive taxes, probably where there's some disagreement. But even on that, you would still have significant minorities of better off, predominantly Southern Conservatives saying, nonetheless, we still need disproportionate help for poorer working class voters, particularly during the cost of living crisis. So I don't think that needs to be quite as difficult as sometimes we make it out to be.
Right, we need to wrap up because the next panelists are here, which it always helps when Jesse is on the panel because you can definitely see that the next panelist is here. Before they go, one word answer. Next results of the next election. Yeah, your prophecy. How many seats? Which party? We're going to hold you to it.
All I'll say is it depends on Farage. That's all I would say. If there's a competent Farage style operation, it looks very bad, I think, for the Conservative Party, probably.
I think Labour are likely to win now, but whether they get a majority or need propping up by somebody, probably still propping up at this point.
I don't know, so I'll deny I ever said this, but I think Labour props up by the Lib Dems.
Okay, well, and as chair, I don't have to answer. So thank you all very, very much. We'll have a very, very quick change at the front and then barrel straight into the next panel. And then thank you so much. Right, thank you so much. I'll take these.
Quick switch. Right. Okay. I think Neil, yeah, you're fine. How about I'm going to sit here. So Jesse is on. Jesse can be on the left. Okay. Okay. I have my notes on there. Yeah. Tight on mic is what it sounds like from out there is fine. It's fine. Sorry. How are you? Hi, Rachel. I'm John. Nice to meet you too. Okay, we'll just give it 30 seconds for everyone to take their seats and then we will crack on with our next panel. Okay, all good? Yep. We've got that. I've got the memo on speaking. I think are these. Yes. Okay. Okay. Certainly.
We talk about both, how the social and cultural conservatism fits with economic conservatism, roughly speaking.
They're basically just the essay question. Okay, I'll leave it to you first. Maybe I might go to Jesse first. Happy to talk about
whatever you like.
The key thing is
fair enough.
So I like the order of service you had.
Okay.
If that's okay, yeah,
that's fine. Okay.
I'd love some. Thank you. Do you like some?
Okay. Right, we will begin our next panel, which is the Conservative Vision for Society. My name's John Ashmore. I'm the editor of CapEx, which is, as most of you probably know, the media arm of the CPS. We publish opinion pieces and newsletters every day. If you aren't signed up to our excellent newsletters, please do so as soon as you can. I'll just quickly introduce our panel and then we'll crack on. As with the previous event, we'll have about half an hour, 35 minutes of discussion and then some questions from you guys. So to my left is Jesse Norman MP. Jesse is the MP for Hereford and South Herefordshire. He has held a number of government briefs, including in industry and energy, transport, and latterly the Treasury, where he was Financial Secretary for over 2 years, including pretty much the whole of Boris Johnson's time as PM. To my right is another MP, Neil O'Brien. Neil is the MP for Wigston, Oadby and Harborough, sorry. Neil has done all sorts of jobs in politics. He's been an advisor to George Osborne and Theresa May. He's helped set up the think tank Onward. He was Boris Johnson's advisor on Levelling Up and parliamentary undersecretary in the Levelling Up department, as well as doing lots of great kind of thought leadership type work on just the sorts of questions that we'll be discussing today. And to Neil's right is Rachel Wolfe. Rachel is with our very own Robert Colville, the co-author of the 2019 Conservative Manifesto. She's a founding partner at Public First and has also been an advisor to both the Conservative Party and to the Prime Minister in number 10 Downing Street under David Cameron. So just to kick off, we've got a pretty broad question here. So Neil, I'll start with you. What is the Conservative vision for society, and how do we define society in these terms?
Well, thank you for having me, first of all, and thank you for assembling such an unbelievably, other than me, high-powered panel. I believe in a kind of national conservatism, a conservatism that combines social and economic social and cultural conservatism on the one hand, with a broadly based economic policy that helps everyone, including those who are less well off. And you could call that kind of 2019 conservatism, because that is the coalition that won as that majority. And I would distinguish that from one nation conservatism, only, not because I don't like one nation, but only because I think people have come to use that to also mean socially liberal positions and culturally liberal positions as well. For me, winning the next election and keeping that 2019 coalition together means several things. On migration, it means keeping our promises. In the 2019 manifesto, it said that numbers will come down, but the system that we've put in over recent years has in many ways liberalized migration, meaning that all that we've really done overall is reduce numbers from Europe, but increase numbers from poorer countries. And polls are clear that that is not what people want to see. When David Cameron set out his tens of thousands target, he warned that if we didn't do that, then we would see an extra 2 million people coming to the UK over the next decade. And then after that, 2 million people came to the UK over the next decade. Clearly, if you are doing that, if you are adding cities the size of 2 million people is the equivalent of Derby, Leicester, Nottingham, Exeter, Carlisle, Middlesbrough, Portsmouth, Oxford, Southampton put together, right? So if you are doing that, you will find it very difficult to solve the housing crisis. You are running up the down escalator, as Kemi Badenoch said. So we've got to keep our promises on migration. On crime, there is a big problem, and we need to be both tougher and smarter about how we tackle it. So 2 examples only. One is that we need to focus longer sentences on the most prolific criminals. The number of offenders who had 50 previous convictions and were then convicted again, but again spared jail, went up from 1,300 in 2007 to 3,200 in 2018. And over that decade, 200,000 people who had 25 previous offences and were then convicted again were let off jail, right? So we've got to focus on those people who are causing so much crime and going round and round in the system, eating up resource. The judicial system does not like that, but that is the approach we've got to do if we're going to be smart on crime. Likewise, we've got to change the rules on probation, change the law on probation. There are well-proven systems like HOPE in Hawaii, which is now spread to the US, where they regularly drug test people who are on probation. And if you don't turn up, or if you fail the drug test, you're straight back in jail. It works brilliantly well. It's something like halves reoffending. We need to do that in the UK as well. So migration, we've got to keep our promises. Crime, we've got to get tougher and smarter. On family policy, we've got to get back into the business of having a family policy. The truth is that family breakdown is the #1 predictor of teenage mental health problems. And we must never get into the business of blaming people when things don't go right. We can't be in the business of creating a perfect, happy family society as a government. But government can't afford not to try to improve family stability. About 6 out of 10 lone parent households end up being reliant on state support, compared to about 1 in 10 couple parent households. It really matters to the state in all kinds of ways. And we must try at the very least. If you think about other countries, they do so much more than us on this. In Germany, they have a policy called Baukindergeld, where you will get 12,000 euros for each child you have towards your first home, right? That is family policy. In the UK, in contrast, we have one of the least family-friendly tax systems in the entire world, as even Nigel Lawson has pointed out. And on things like culture, race, and gender, I do think we need to be firm, but never ever cheap. Kemi Badenoch is right to say we should never talk about culture wars and things like that. We must be very careful in how we handle sensitive issues. We all have constituents who are affected by these issues. But let's be clear, I don't think it should be legal the Bank of England or Cambridge University to have internship or scholarship schemes that are only open to members of certain racial groups. I don't think that should be legal. I don't think we should be allowing the drift towards self-identification on gender, right? You should not be allowed to use women's spaces or enter their sports or use their roles just because you identify as a woman. There's a well worked out process since 2004 for changing gender. We should stick with that. And we should push back on divisive anti-British content wherever we find it, be it on schools, universities or cultural funding. And then on the other side of the equation, on the economic side of the pitch, clearly people want value for money government, there's lots of scope for savings and so on. But our economic prospectus can't be frozen in time in either 1979 or 2010 or whenever. And as well as keeping together the country in moments of national crisis like the energy crisis, I think we need to respond to the way the world's changed in the last couple of decades. And what brings together these ideas is really the idea of the nation. First, fixing the imbalances in our economy. I think Boris was absolutely right to think about levelling up as being an idea that is not just a political one, but an economic one. If you have a country where in some places you can't afford a house, you can't get on the crowded train, and others where they're crying out for investment, and there are underused assets, then clearly there is scope for a win-win. And it's striking that all the countries that have a more geographically balanced economy than ours are richer and vice versa. We also do need to have an industrial strategy. The Americans do it best. Mariana Mazzucato explains how their industrial innovation complex works. Things like the CHIPS Act show that America is determined to make sure that they've got the components they need for their economy and they stay at the cutting edge of technologies with clear military applications. Other places like Korea, Taiwan, China, the places that have caught up with us over recent decades, they've all practiced successful industrial policies. Taiwan spent 20 or 30 million quid getting into the chips industry, and they now have the most important chip maker in the world with huge economic growth from that. And so that shows you what you can do. But last thing for me, we've absolutely got to respond to what you were just being told about from the pollsters and that brilliant report for the CPS. The coalition we had in 2019 is in danger of breaking up if we're not careful. We need to make sure that those people working hard on low incomes know that we are on their side in everything we do, from tax and spending to holding the companies that deliver public services to account. People want public services that are decently funded as well as efficiently run. And when I was Levelling Up Minister, I visited a lot of places that swung to us. Your Blythes, your Blackpools, your Grimsbys, your Wolverhamptons, your Stokes, and there is huge untapped potential there, huge potential. And I think that people want us to unleash that potential. And so I think that national conservatism that I'm talking about is not just the right thing for the country, but the right thing for us as a party as well. Thank you very much.
Neil, thank you very much. It was a very comprehensive survey. Rachel, Neil mentioned we're at sort of 2019 conservatism as opposed to one nation conservatism. Is there a difference between 2022 conservatism and 2019 conservatism, given the enormous challenges we face right now?
I think we'll find out in the next couple of months, won't we? So first of all, before I start, I should say that whenever I feel really depressed about politics, which is very often, I always feel immeasurably comforted that people like Neil and Jessie are still willing to be MPs because they have so many ideas and are able to execute on them. So I'm very grateful you're still there, and I hope that you stay for a long time. But Siri didn't understand that, so I'm going to obviously have to explain this to Apple. So rather than talking about what a conservative society should be, I thought I should dwell a bit on what kind of society that we have and the extent to which it is conservative. And when I think about this, I always think about Margaret Thatcher and the CPS, because Thatcher's genius to me was not just that she had very clear economic principles, but partly because of her background and partly because of her own ability, she was able to express those principles in terms of values that appealed to a very high percentage of the people in this country. So when she talked about economics, it was not just in technical terms, but in terms of the idea of hard work and decency and fairness, the things that her very patriotic British nonconformist background had instilled in her. And the good news for Conservatives is those values are very present in the population today. So I'm going to refer a bit to the report that James talked about earlier. When you ask people, what values are important to you, family comes first for everybody. But after family, it is fairness, it's decency, it's hard work, and underlying it all is unquestionably this sense of patriotism. I think the great challenge that we face is how to express what we are trying to do when people cannot afford their heating. They're very worried about whether they can afford to eat, when they are unconvinced that their hard work is going to translate into gains. The extent to which a Conservative Party also embodies those values. And that seems to me absolutely essential. And I'm just going to expand on that in terms of economic policy, because it seems to me that this government is now defining itself far more than the last one in terms of economic as opposed to social and cultural policy. The thing that needs to come through in every single policy they announce is not only that they are encouraging growth, but that they are trying to create and encourage a system in which people who do the right thing are rewarded, but also that people who do not are not. That comes down to areas like crime, where people feel that it's out of control. It comes down into areas like health, where people feel poor health is no fault of their own. It's one of the reasons that the dementia tax was such a disaster, because people felt it's not my fault if I get Alzheimer's, so why am I being punished for it? But it also comes through in economic terms. And I think a successful version of Liz Truss's economic policy recognizes that you need to allow people to work hard and make money and grow. But there are also ways in which markets can function that are fairer or less fair. There are ways immigration policies can function which are about allowing people in who do essential jobs, but doesn't just open the floodgates to everyone, that is constantly coming back to these core values. Because the problem we have right now is that when you ask people what values they associate with the Conservative Party, these ideas of family and decency and hard work and fairness don't register. And occasionally I think there's a temptation to think that you can paper over these cracks with a culture war. And I just want to, and I'm not going to talk about the substance policy, I'm again going to talk about the public. I think that there is a massive danger that of the Conservatives seeming to push this when it's just not on the radar of most people. The extent to which they care about gender identity compared to cost of living, it's not like they're not on the same planet. They want to hear about what they're going to do for their core concerns. But what is true is they feel deeply irritated by any sense that Britain is not a country to be proud of, that we don't want to enhance Britain's success, that we shouldn't be proud of much of its history, even if we think we made mistakes in the past. So a Trussian agenda that is economically open and proud of Britain can work, but it does need to show that it's on the side of fairness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Jesse, an enormous amount for you to pick up on there. You are a scholar of many things, but among them, and the author of a biography of Edmund Burke, who is very often the kind of go-to philosopher when it comes to conservative visions of society. I mean, where do you situate things now? Where do you think the party should be on social questions, things like patriotism, the family?
I mean, lovely to see you all, and thank you very much. And thank you to my fellow panelists who've been typically wise and thoughtful. I think the first thing Conservative would do is to notice the difference between peacetime and wartime. And in 2019 versus 2022 are very different moments. And, you know, there will be moments where you have to pull the ripcord and do whatever is required to sustain, this is a very Burkean thought, the society, the connectivity, the history, the historical relationships, the traditions that you have always been associated with and that have maintained the freedoms of a country. And that's what was at stake in 2019 with the pandemic, and it was what was at stake in 2007 with the financial crisis. And what is so fascinating is that when that happens, when that moment actually strikes, then we do not reach, and this is not actually a political point, it's a philosophical point, we do not reach for our international relationships. We reach for the nation state, because at the end of the day, it is the nation state that can command our allegiance and therefore the state's ability to tax. And these crises require money in order to see a nation, a society through. And so in 2008, when the financial crisis struck, various international organizations found themselves scrabbling to get any kind of purchase, while the Americans, the Brits, the Germans, the key nations involved and related to the support for the financial system got together and tried to work out a solution. And the same was true in 2019-20 with the pandemic. If you look what happened with us, there was a period when we could have worked with other countries to buy vaccines. I'm slightly trespassing on the great work of my wife. I apologize to her, but we didn't. And the reason we didn't was because that would have delayed the process by a long period and made it much harder to acquire the vaccines and to build the competitive response that we needed to in order to get life-saving drugs to our population. So I think that aspect of what Neil's been referring to as national conservatism is incredibly important. And that foundational link between Parliament, the capacity to tax, the affinity and the affection and the resilience of the nation state, and how that ties into our personal identity is foundational to politics. But I also think there are a couple of other things that are worth just picking up about the current situation, just to respond to some of the points that have been made. When your Siri said, I'm not sure I understand there, John, I thought that was a rational response. Okay. Rachel said, I thought that was a rational response to the questions you've been posing. And I was glad that Siri had said it instead of me. But no, I would say a couple of things. I think the thing that comes through overwhelmingly amid all of the concern that we have now about fiscal issues, debt, the question of how we're going to deal with energy prices, the question of how we're going to get through the next 12 months, what comes through overwhelmingly is actually all that is sitting in a society where an awful lot of the services that we rely on, and in particular, the least well off in our society rely on, have turned into a kind of sludge. I mean, it's extraordinarily difficult to get adequate customer service. It's hard to get a passport. It's hard to get your driving license at a time when we should have online driving licenses available immediately in a way that just downloads straight to one of these things. It's extremely difficult. I was on the situation the other day where I was trying to change an airline ticket where I ridiculously overinvested, actually had a ticket that could be changed. And the website said, a large carrier, I won't mention its name, said, that's fantastic, your ticket's completely changeable, without giving me any actual ability on the site to do it, or indeed a capacity to talk to anyone or have any other kind of interaction with someone actually solve my problem. Now, that then links to, and of course, you see this problem endlessly. I mean, try, broadband pricing, try issues of not just outside public services and, as it were, previously state-owned industries, but just try private industries. I mean, try, for example, some of the walking price increases you see in energy, in mortgages, other areas like that. There's a vast amount of consumer detriment going on there. The one that really gets me wound up, which I think conservatives everywhere should be outraged about, is extended warranties. If you buy white goods, they generally do not go wrong in 3 to 5 years' time. There's no reason why, those periods shouldn't be extended and increased. But if you don't have any money, and something you spent £300 or £400 on starts to fail, on which you rely, you're absolutely kiboshed. So you end up paying over the odds for these extended warranties. They're quite strongly regressive. There's no reason why that should be the case. And so I think there's a tremendous agenda for this and future governments just to get back to the process of actually ensuring they can deliver, and that private and previously nationalized companies and agencies can deliver to what I would consider a sensible level of customer service on behalf of the ordinary working people of this country. And as I said, it would be a tremendously progressive act to do that. Just let me say one other quick thing. Can we please, as Conservatives, just get over the word woke? It's unbelievably unhelpful. It's a portmanteau word that includes lots of things that the public doesn't care about. A few Conservatives get worked up about, and a few Conservatives quite rightly ask perfectly reasonable questions about. Many of the things that have been already articulated are, of course, right, and it's important and appropriate to push back on them. I don't have any problem with that at all. But the idea that somehow we should spend an enormous amount of time identifying something called the culture war and not differentiating what it is and differentiating. For example, the free speech, absolutely essential we have free speech on our campuses. But let's not confuse that with arguments about many other aspects of this very wide-ranging conversation. And let me give you another thing. People may have different views about Black Lives Matter as a political project, but the idea of going back into our past and interrogating whether or not it is in some way governed by or response to concerns about race or empire is a proper conservative interrogation of history. We shouldn't be embarrassed about that at all. We should be engaged in it. We might have a completely different political agenda. We might have different views about how we think that translates into people's freedom and well-being now, but absolutely we should not be concerned about the instinct to investigate on its own terms our own past and understand the legacies and continuities under which we live in the present. And that is a very Burkean thought, and I commend it to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jesse. We have ranged extremely widely so far, from white goods to woke. I just want to slightly narrow the conversation back to something I think pretty much all of you have mentioned. Rachel said it's something that voters say is among their their top priority, which is family formation and the policies the government has to encourage that. I mean, Neil, do you think there's a gap here in government policy? What do you think a Truss administration ought to be doing in the next couple of years to address that issue? I'm thinking particularly about my own generation. I'm in my mid-30s. Most of the people I know, even on good incomes, will say we can't have another kid. We don't have enough space. It's too expensive. And when I see that, I think how are people going to, how are we going to have much of a society if people can't have kids?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's striking when you look back at what we were saying in opposition in the late noughties, that we had so much to say about family policy. It was a huge thing for David Cameron. And that sort of got a bit lost along the way, I think. You're absolutely right. And there are so many different aspects of that we need to address. You could start with the patchiness of IVF services. And I know we had our son off our 8th round of IVF, and the NHS service is patchy around the country. Many places you just can't get it. If you think about the struggle that people have with childcare to work and look after their kids, if you think about the difficulty of getting a house, all these different aspects of it. The UK tax system, as I sort of mentioned, is unusually individualistic, and even some of the people who have taken it in that direction think that we have gone too far compared to other countries. We don't recognise children in the tax system in any way. So I think there is a lot to do on all aspects of this. I am also personally in favour of us doing more in terms of relationship education, even small things. If you're sort of middle class thing, one of the classic things you do before having children is go to NCT, which gives you this wonderful social network and also just gives you some sort of sense of what it will be like and the strain it will put in your relationship when you have kids. But a lot of people, particularly poor people, don't get to have those kind of networks and experiences and advice. So there's so much more we can do. I think I can't guarantee that these things will work. They're difficult things to address. And we must never go back to kind of 90s world of not understanding all the kind of different tragic reasons why people find themselves in different circumstances. We've got to be compassionate about how we do it. But we can't afford not to try. It's just such a big issue and it drives everything else that we must get back into business of having things to say about family policy.
Rachel, do you want to come in?
I think family policy works poorly when it's moralizing, but it works very well when it taps into people's existing instincts. So I'll give one example, which is that we make it really, really hard to use the ridiculously complex plethora of childcare incentives to be used on grandparents, when we know that the vast majority of people would much prefer that grandparents were looking after kids if they can't than strangers. So we don't tap into people's basic wants, and we should recognize, which I think sometimes we don't recognize in Westminster because people tend to come from particular classes, that most people do rely on their family to an incredible amount economically in terms of time. Social care is an obvious another example where we don't make it that easy for family members to look after older people compared to the state. So I think there is more we can do and should do. The only thing I would say to pick up on an earlier point is there is no time left till the next election. And the country's in a complete state and the cost of living crisis is utterly dire. And I really hope that Liz Truss picks 3 or 4 things she might actually get done, rather than opening up a whole swathe of new policy areas, because getting anything done in government is unbelievably difficult and there is no time left.
Well, Jessie, I'm going to put you on the spot, having been in government for much of the last sort of decade. If you look ahead the next 2 years, as Rachel's mentioned, 3 or 4 big priorities. What do you think those ought to be? I think obviously the energy crisis must be one of them, but what else? If you're sitting there with Liz Truss now, what do you think you might be saying?
Well, I can't speak for the Prime Minister, but I think, I mean, the obvious challenges are going to be in the short term, as you've said, energy, in the medium term, economic growth and productivity, but also housing and childcare and early life chances for young people. I think those are all. I think those are 3 or 4 key areas, all of which I know the Prime Minister is thoroughly committed to. She answered a question in PMQs today from Angela Leadsom, which underscored her interest and historic support and concern for early years support and education. So I think that would, to make any considerable progress on all 4 of those issues, would be a massive achievement by any government. And under the current circumstances, I think one could see that and be well pleased. And I think they would make a huge difference. Each of those would make a huge difference to the well-being of a vast number of people in this country.
Thanks, Jesse. Right, we've got time for some questions rather from the floor. My colleagues will have the mic. The lady with her hand up in the aisle there first, please. A mic will come to you, so 1 sec.
Conservatism was always about meritocracy and creating a society where you could do well from wherever you came from. All the indexes for social mobility shows that's gone down. Is there any evidence that the government has an interest in this anymore? And is it likely to improve in the coming decade?
Okay, I'll take another question from the gentleman in the orange shirt, and then it's just down here at the front.
First of all, I'd like to say there's an extremely good book on meritocracy, which the Tories called The Aristocracy of Talents, which Adrian Woolridge from Bloomberg. I wanted to push back a bit on what Rachel and Jessie said about the culture war and wokeism, and banning the word wokeism, because it strikes me, to quote Trotsky, that you may not be interested in the culture war, but the culture war is interested in you. And I think much of the pressure for the culture war doesn't come from the right, so the right declaring culture wars. It's coming from the left, which is entrenched itself into institutions and is constantly pushing the boundaries on this. And unless the Conservative Party reacts in some way to that, then a lot of redefinitions will happen without a Conservative input. But I also wanted to ask Neil O'Brien about national conservatism, and particularly about Ron DeSantis in the United States, who, if Trump disappears, is the most likely Republican presidential candidate. And he has a view of what national conservatism means, which puts big business right in the center of what conservatism in Florida is against. And he's talked constantly about the woke corporation, about ESG. And this strikes me as potentially a way of binding this new Tory coalition of older Southern voters with Northern working class voters together, and of fighting off an insurrection from Farage and such people, who I think will put this woke corporation right in the center of what they're after, along with refugee issues. So I just wonder what you make of that melange of meditations.
Okay, so the first question was about meritocracy. I mean, is meritocracy still alive as an idea and as a kind of guiding thrust of the Conservative Party? Rachel, do you want to?
Can I come back on both quickly?
Yeah, sure.
So I'm going to focus on this electorally. So I'm going to leave the substantive question about how much it matters, which is that one of the things we got again and again in focus groups we did over the summer is, why the hell are these leadership candidates talking about this ephemeral stuff when I cannot afford to pay my bills? And I think what you have to recognize is not that they don't sympathize when you act against it, certainly on sort of statues and history, that you have very few moments to talk to the public, and you have to talk to them about the things that matter to them. And they simply do not care when they cannot heat their house. So I just want to make sure that we understand the relative importance of these and come back to the substance. On social mobility, well, I guess I'd make 2 points. First is, I think you have to recognize that often when we talk about these great periods of social mobility, what we do not mean is the fourth quartile becoming the first quartile and vice versa. What we mean is a complete transformation in everybody's prospects and wealth. It's the creation of these huge middle classes, the transformation of professions. And where I actually have a lot of sympathy with the new government is that it's completely impossible to do if you're not growing and growing fast. So the sort of prerequisite to serious meritocracy and social mobility, as most conservatives think about it, is an economy that is growing and creating new opportunities. I will say, though, that I think over the last 5 years, compared to when I was most involved in the policy, we have lost our focus on education policy, schools policy, free schools, an attempt to use the education system to really lift people and improve their opportunity. I would love to see that focus reintroduced, because I personally believe in it and spent a lot of my time working on it. But again, that will be much easier in an economy that is growing.
Jesse, do you want to just come back on this question about, I know you're a big fan of Leon Trotsky, the culture war being interested in the right. We can't just sort of depart the field on this question.
I wouldn't suggest for a second that the Conservative Party, or indeed anyone, departs the field. And the underlying point we've been making is the extent to which this country is a small c conservative nation. And there are many of these kind of scare stories that are profoundly moving to people and profoundly annoying. What I object to is bundling them all up into a single portmanteau term and not distinguishing between the different strands of what we're talking about. If we're talking about pushing back on, for example, in higher education, of course, I think that's absolutely right. And if I may, I'm going to neatly segue into the other side of the topic, which is the issue about meritocracy. And in a completely advertising way, we're building a meritocratic new university in Herefordshire, which the specific genius of which is it takes kids who do not have a maths A level and gives them a master's in tech and engineering, by trying to reach into their abilities and skills in a way that the school system and the exam system hasn't appropriately recognized. Now, I need to tell you, there's a gigantic pool of national talent, basically working class kids who the system is not properly serving, and who at the moment see engineers as people who come and fix your plumbing, when in fact in Germany, engineers are people who are building massive machine tools that then transform industries. Now, there's absolutely no reason at all why this country shouldn't have a strand of skills-based higher education universities in small cities and large towns around the countryside with the best levelling up policy you can possibly imagine. Every single one costs about 35 million quid in public money. The returns to an area which have one of these things once it's established, and there's a kind of formula for establishing it, are that they take a local growth rate of 2% and turn it into a 30 to 40 year growth rate of 7 to 9%. So why we're not taking that extension of the kind of Govian, Wolfian reforms that we saw 5 years ago and push that into higher education in the name of meritocracy and in the name of pushing back on this specific aspect of the culture war, I cannot understand.
I'm delighted to hear that Rachel's now got her own adjective. Neil, do you think taking on the corporate fat cats is a viable version of conservatism, which was the second part of Adrian's question, the Ron DeSantis version?
US politics is very different to UK politics. I do think that people do want to see us being on top of, particularly where they're delivering a public service, making sure that companies don't combine, excessive rewards for the people at the top with underperformance. I think that's one of the things we've been trying to crack down on in the water industry, for example, but there are lots of other examples of it as well. On meritocracy, just to the question, I'm not sure it's true that meritocracy has gone backwards. If you look at the work of people like Peter Saunders on cohort studies, it's not obvious that we've become less meritocratic, but it's certainly true we're not meritocratic enough. one of the biggest things for me to address that is changing the balance between higher and technical education. We have just exploded the scale of low quality higher education. You know, something like about a third of graduates, it's not worth it for them and the taxpayer for them to have done a degree. For some for arts courses as a whole, it's something like 94%. It's not worth it for them. And we're mis-selling a university education to many of these young people, telling them you're going to get this great job. And then they end up doing a non-graduate job at the end. Level 4 apprentices now earn more than the average graduate 5 years after they're graduating. And so we need to be doing more to reduce low value higher education, put it into higher quality, higher education, you know, get more people studying medicine, for example, but also into better technical education. We're making some progress on that with things like T levels, with a lifelong learning allowance and so on, but more needs to be done. And part of meritocracy is about moving, but part of it is also about getting those opportunities a little bit closer to people. That's what we were trying to do with levelling up at the Northern Powerhouse and so on, trying to bring both colleges and employers a bit closer to people who, if they are poorer, it is more difficult to move away from your support networks, not just the brilliant practical work of people like Jesse, who are heroes for having pushed through NMITE in Hereford, but also the things that Boris Johnson did to get big employers to move up to the Northeast to do electric battery production and the like, bringing those high capital intensive, high skill intensive employers back to places like that. And so I think, you know, there are some big differences between here and the US. I do think that we must be very careful about not drawing the wrong lessons.
Okay, Jesse, just wanted to come back very quickly.
I don't want to turn this into a love fest, but we wouldn't have a university if it wasn't for Neil O'Brien at the Treasury. So massive hats off to him. One final thing, moving jobs and moving things nearer to people reminds us how much more important skills are than infrastructure to development and regeneration. We always think in terms of infrastructure, but actually it's skills and expectations and culture that really drive economic improvement.
Okay, we can take a couple more questions. So gentleman over there at the front and gentleman in the aisle there as well. I do apologise to those who haven't been able to ask questions.
Hello. You've mentioned the nation state, but one of the tensions that appeared, I felt, in the leadership election is there is a very sort of cosmopolitan, metropolitan Tory establishment, and there is the Tory voter base, which is not interested. So, and these two things rub up against each other in issues like non-doms, all kind of areas where they're basically like, there's basically a distrust where they're like, you don't put the nation state at the heart of things. It feels to me that getting the conservative society right is finding a way to be to talk about the nation state, but also to embed that within economic and wider policy rather than always seeing it as like a flag that you wave every now and then, because I think voters are beginning to tire of that.
Okay.
I suppose, do you agree at the end?
Gentleman in the aisle, just there. James, thanks.
It was mentioned before by Jesse, especially, that the next general election is going to be won on kind of 3 or 4 major hills, one of which is housing. We're now at a time when the average UK first-time buyer is at 32 in age, and many of the younger generation don't think they're going to be able to buy until about 40. So is the only way out of this housing crisis loosening planning regulations such as declassifying Greenbelt to encourage building? And would the Conservatives do this?
We should just get rid of the Greenbelt, in my opinion, but there we go. So embedding the nation state in economic policy. Neil, do you want to come back on Alex's question?
The short version is absolutely yes. You can't be just sort of a flag waver. You need to, if you're serious about forging the idea of a national conservatism, you need to reflect that in everything you do. You need to have uniting policies on the energy crisis, on industry, on levelling up, and so on and so forth. Absolutely true. And on housing, you can be treated to more of my boring views on all these subjects if you want to read my Conservative Home columns over the summer. But on housing, we need to take action on both demand and supply. I think politically, I think it's very unlikely you will ever see a government that is just getting rid of the Greenbelt. People like it too much. What you can do is take action on both demand and supply. So on demand, we've talked about migration a bit, but we can also talk about investment demand, the tax system, the fact that we've tended to pile assets into housing rather than small businesses as an asset class. You could think about overseas demand for some bits of London, that's relevant. But then on supply, you know, the big opportunity is in our cities. They are the places where supply is most fallen behind demand. They are the places that are, we have the least dense cities in Europe. We have masses and massive brownfield land in them, and the ability to build upwards. Manchester City and Salford, a tiny area, has built more housing than all of Lancashire and all of South Yorkshire, right? It shows you what you can do in a dense city. But we will never do any of these things. You'll never get the brownfield development that all politicians always bang on about unless you put massive muscular effort into it. And that involves both financing and powers. And that's what Michael Gove was working towards with Homes England, turning that back into a powerful regeneration industry. If you want to see an example of it, go into Newcastle on the train, you go across that magical flyover across the water, and you see Forth Yards, a massive brownfield site. It's been there for decades, owned by about 6 different landowners. Nothing ever happens. Someone needs to grip it and turn that into a dense place to live and work, right? That is an example of what we need to do.
I mean, Jesse, do you think you've worked in the Treasury for several years? Do you think people are apprised of the urgency of this issue, and is there the sufficient will and muscularity that Neil described in government to grip it?
Well, I think the Treasury is fully aware of that. I think they are concerned in part by unnecessary aspects of policy that might have the effect of driving housing prices higher than they should be, and affecting the demand side of the equation in that sense. I think the other point, just to come back to the point Alex raised, is about this kind of metro view of the nation versus non-metro view. And I think that's absolutely right. People can smell phonies a mile away, right? If you can't talk with passion and energy about I remember the great, you'll have to excuse me, but I remember the great scandal that was a few years ago when senior member of the Conservative Party wasn't able to identify where they bought a pasty.
David Cameron, I think.
Leeds train station, and then the entire press corps piled off to Leeds train station. I could take you around the pasty stalls of Hereford in 3 minutes, and you've just got to know your patch, and the same is true for the country. And where I think we make a tremendous mistake is that we do not tell the union story in those granular terms. And I have, there are an enormous number of small C Conservatives in Scotland, many of whom support the Scottish National Party. There's absolutely no reason at all why those people shouldn't have a warm sense of inclusive recognition by us for the distinctive genius of the Scots over 300 years and longer, 400 years in our lives, and in our national UK lives. I can't understand why we haven't told that story in the kind of rich and inclusive detail that would get people to understand that we all hang together in this, and it's vital that we continue to do so.
I'm afraid we are almost out of time, but Rachel, just to very briefly finish, what do you think about this idea of authenticity in our politicians, how much it matters to voters versus the bread and butter stuff you described earlier about, heating your home?
I think they're integrally related in that, particularly when you're prime minister, you're constantly having to react and you're constantly having to make very, very fast decisions about what you're going to do. And if you don't have a fundamental set of values that inform that, you almost invariably end up falling apart and delivering nothing. And I think the public are very emotionally intelligent. They're extremely good at spotting when people are authentic or not. But I also think it is a real mistake when we think that leadership is just about character, because the way that people judge character is on their record. And at the next election, they will not just ask, is this person authentic? They will ask, what the hell did they do for me? And what the hell are they going to do for me next? And at the moment, the answer is not very obvious. And it's the great challenge that I think we face. So I suppose the truth is you need both.
All right. Thank you all very much. I'd like to thank my esteemed panelists here, and all of you for your questions as well. We will move swiftly on to, I think it's coffee break time now, actually. So
is the Conservative vision for the economy? And it strikes me that whether it's growth and productivity, inflation and the cost of living, whether it's budget deficit, public debt, the answer to our question may be rather different today than it has been over the last decade or more of Conservative government. But how much of a divergence is Trussonomics, as it's being called? How much of a divergence will it prove to be? And is it an economic philosophy that the whole Conservative movement can get behind and feel good about after what, let's face it, has been a somewhat divisive few months? Well, to answer these questions and maybe many more besides, we've assembled a top-rank panel for you. We're going to be hearing from Claire Coutinho, who is Member of Parliament for East Surrey. She has a background in both banking and think tanking and has been a special advisor and a PPS at the Treasury. We're going to hear from Gerard Lyons, who is a senior fellow at Policy Exchange, chief economic strategist at NetWealth, and was an economic advisor to one Boris Johnson when he was mayor of London. Gerard wasn't formally part of the Trust campaign, but has certainly written a number of articles and spoken positively about Trussonomics, and I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say on that topic. And thirdly, we're going to be hearing from Lucy Fraser, who is the Member of Parliament for South East Cambridgeshire, and is, in fact, the Financial Secretary to the Treasury. So I guess our number one government representative at this conference today. And yes, so we're going to have a few minutes of introductory remarks from each of our speakers, and then the usual questions, and we'll go to the audience at the end. And so I wonder, actually, Claire, if we can go to you first and ask, what is the Conservative vision for the economy?
Yes, so you were sort of saying, are we going to be able to come back together now? I was obviously a supporter of Rishi's, but I went to PMQ today and I listened very carefully. And actually, there was a huge amount of combined support for both groups for Liz. Now, it might be because we're still mid a reshuffle, or actually, I think we were seeing someone who was unashamedly free market, unashamedly capitalist, and talking about growth, and whatever differences that we had about how you achieve those things over the campaign, we all agreed on those fundamental principles that we wanted to see greater growth, we wanted to see investment, we thought skills and education was important, and we thought increased productivity was important. The differences are actually quite small when you go beneath that. And actually today, you could see the differences between us and the Labour Party very clearly. And I think that will be a unifying force. But just to get back to an overall vision, I think it's fair to say that we are in a make or break moment now for the country. It's not just the energy crisis, but I think there are fundamental changes that have been happening, from an aging population, geopolitical changes, technological advances, which were accelerated by the pandemic. And what we need to do now is address each of these challenges with Conservative principles of growth, opportunity, strong social fabric of families and communities. I personally believe that's really important to an economy as well, and supported by well-run core public services. And I think where we need to focus some of our attention in the longer term, obviously short term, we have to address the energy crisis. We'll see steps on that tomorrow, is this challenge of making sure that we have broad support for free markets and capitalism. Now, I'm sure everyone here would agree that it's only in a free market prices can send signals and individuals can make their own rational decisions on how to deploy their assets. However, I think in order to get a hearing on defending that, we also should be the biggest critics of broken capitalism, where we see cartels, I think, for example, in house builders, where we see, some of the water companies over leveraging to pay out on dividends. We should be fierce critics of that, because it's only by doing that that we can then defend, for example, a lot of the productivity gains that water companies have made since privatization, which I know Rob expertly set out a few weeks ago. And then secondly, growth. Again, skills, business investment and planning are the three areas that I would say we really need to focus on in growth. We are doing quite a lot on skills. Business investment has been lagging, and we need to massively focus on that. And planning, I think, is a huge difficulty for the country and for businesses to grow, and for us to be able to get the critical infrastructure that we need. And I thought it was very welcome that Liz made a big focus of that, I thought, on the steps of Downing Street when she talked about building the things that we need, from reservoirs to, you know, housing, to all of the things that are going to be so important for us in terms of growth. I think that was really positive. And then some of the things that we should, again, be, I think, very supportive as wealth creators, and this is another big dividing line with Labour. And one of my favourite stats is that in our rich list, 94% of people on our rich list are self-made entrepreneurs, which is not the same in Germany, it's not the same in Sweden, and it's not the same, there's the composition of the list about 30 years ago when 43% were inherited wealth or not their own wealth, and often landowners. So I think we should make a point of being able to celebrate those people, because it's only from those people that growth and jobs and opportunities flow. And actually, I think sometimes we've been a bit too unabashed about, been a bit too bashful about some of the brilliant people that we have in this country. And then lastly, just this point about sort of buying people in, I think it's really important that we have a very strong meritocratic system and also a high degree of philanthropy. So two of the things that I'm really passionate about is education and skills. I think unless you give people the right education and skills, then you're not giving them the best chance to make the use of our strong economy. And in terms of philanthropy, I think it's really important that people see where people have done well, they're also contributing to society. It's something that you have much more of in America, which I think why people there are much more positive about people doing well. And I think that's something that we don't have quite the same slant on here, and I'd love to see more of that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Claire. And Gerard, over to you. And I wonder if, as part of your remarks, you can sort of give your definition of Trussonomics, what it really means.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation to be here. Great pleasure. And I would say that I agree with everything that's just been said by Claire, but let me answer your question. Look, when Thatcher was elected back in May 79, one of the first issues that was raised was whether she would be able to confront the Foreign Office, who, it was said at that time, saw their job as managing Britain's decline. Fast forward to now, and I would say one of Liz Truss's first challenges is to confront not just the Treasury, but economic orthodoxy in this country, which is seen not so much managing Britain's decline, but accepting in their mind that Britain is a low-wage, low-growth, high-tax economy and set to remain one. As an indication of that, this summer, the OBR, in their annual assessment of risks, said that every decade from now to 2050, there would have to be a net £35 billion of tax increases. Barely went unchallenged. Indeed, it went unchallenged in every major newspaper the day after the report. That's what Liz Truss has to confront. So what is Trussonomics? Well, I think it's yet to be defined. It's what she does as well as what she says. But let me give you a flavour of what I think it is, and it embodies everything that I think Claire has just said. Three areas: facing immediate challenges. Second, the thinking behind the approach for the future. And third, that Treasury orthodoxy being challenged. First, addressing immediate challenges. The world economy is slowing. Financial markets expect not only the world economy to slow, but inflationary pressures to ease next year and interest rates to rise across the globe. Western Europe is seen as being in the worst position. If you listen to the media here, you think it was just the UK that was seeing their currency weaken at the moment. It clearly is not just the UK, but it's a difficult backdrop. Here in the UK, we face a twin challenge of higher inflation and economic slowdown with weakening domestic demand. And indeed, the Bank of England has forecast a recession lasting 5 quarters. Truss in the next 3 weeks, I think, will confront that head on and change the template completely. First, by addressing the energy issue tomorrow. We'll probably talk this in the Q&A, so I won't spend too much time on it, but this is my perception, of course. I don't know what will happen exactly, but she'll address that head on, put a price cap in place, take the risk of people and firms, place the risk firmly onto the government. That will do profound wonders for certainty, and it will start to change the inflation dynamics as well. Remember, every 1% increase in inflation adds, according to the OBR, 5 to 6 billion to government borrowing each year. In contrast, a 1% increase in 10-year bond yields, yesterday they went up 0.13%. That adds about 1.9 billion to government borrowing next year. So reducing inflation is pretty important. In addition to the energy price cap, she will change the tax picture. Britain is the only country in the G7 raising taxes. Only country in the G7 raising taxes under a Conservative government. Wowee. Therefore, she will reverse that. Not only not go ahead with the tax increases, but cut them further. Both of those issues will fundamentally, in my mind, change the electoral mood in the next 3 weeks alone. Second division. My perception is it's built on 3 key foundations. One, fiscal policy. In my view, we should discard the fiscal rules. They were introduced by Gordon Brown in '97. They remained in place to 2008. We've had 8 iterations since. Anytime there's any hiccup in the economy, tear up the fiscal rules. The key fiscal rule, as her Chancellor indicated on Monday, is to have fiscal discipline and financial solvency by reducing debt to GDP over time. Our debt to GDP is lower than the other G7 countries. As Liz Truss has indicated, it will naturally go up in the next 2 years because the emergency we face, but it will trend down beyond that. And as it trends down, taxes will come down and they will be aligned with government spending being brought under control alongside public sector reform. So fiscal discipline, but very importantly, fiscal policy is there to stabilize the economy. It's something you use, and government borrowing is not a constraint, it's a policy option. Second is the whole supply side agenda. I would call it all the I's: investment, business investment, as has been touched on, and Claire has touched also on the other key components of investment, investment in people. Remember when the referendum took place in 2016, there was a piece of work that showed 9 out of 10 people who worked in low-skilled jobs had never had £1 spent on their skill training over the previous decade. That's no way to run an economy. So it's investment, it's innovation, it's infrastructure funded by changing Solvency II. So we have UK funds being allowed, including insurance companies, to invest in infrastructure. And the final I, in addition to investment, innovation, infrastructure, it's incentives, low taxes, low taxes, low taxes, and smart regulation, fully embracing the Brexit dividend. And the third area is monetary policy and financial policy. The Bank of England has a self-made credibility gap. It also has a communication problem. Liz Truss has made clear that the Bank of England will remain independent. That was never in question, never in doubt. The Bank of England will be in charge of operational independence of monetary policy, i.e. setting interest rates. But she naturally wants a re-examination of the remit. It's commonplace in Canada. How can it not be commonplace here? It's about people, processes, and policy. Why have they done so badly? But the key thing is fiscal policy to stabilize the economy now and to have fiscal discipline, a supply side agenda, as I say, focused on all the I's, a monetary policy gear to getting inflation down. Third area, very briefly, challenging the orthodoxy. Since 2008, our trend rate of growth has slumped. Has to be said, it has slumped in all of Western Europe. Before 2008, our trend rate of growth was around 2.4%. Now it's 1.4%. What does that mean? Before 2008, we doubled in size in real terms every 32 years. We now take 60 years as an economy to double in size. That's a big difference. That's what it sounds boring when you say trend rate of growth down to 1.4%, but in real terms, it's a big difference. Treasury's view has been since then, trend growth is low. More of the budget deficit is structural. Therefore, it needs to be addressed either through austerity a decade ago or tax increases now. The politics of either might sound different, but the economic underpinning is the same. And it's a failed economic thinking. As the CPS outlined a couple of years ago when they had a series of talks on going for growth, it's about a pro-growth strategy that's needed instead of being in a hole and digging deeper. And I think that's what Truss will really focus on, changing that mandate. And the first time I came across her was in 2011. I was then head of global research at Standard Chartered. I used to spend 4 or 5 months of the year traveling. Standard Chartered emerged from the financial crisis as the second biggest capitalized bank in the world. I used to get very, I won't say depressed, sort of dismayed by the lack of global thinking that went on around Whitehall and Westminster. And suddenly this pamphlet came out. And I got one of my team to find out who wrote this chapter and who wrote this chapter of this other pamphlet from this free enterprise group. And both chapters in 2 different documents were written by the same person, one Liz Truss. So I contacted her, and her view then was about making Britain change its direction and reposition us in a changing and growing global economy, underpinned by all the things that Claire mentioned at the very beginning. So I would say that's trust economics.
All right. Gerard, thank you very much. Lucy, it's over to you. And I wonder if, as part of your remarks, obviously you'll know the Treasury very well. Whether this view of Treasury orthodoxy and its failings is something that you recognise, that you would dispute. And I suppose that the big question is how much of a fight is the bureaucratic side of the Treasury likely to put up if people come in with the kind of ideas that Gerard has been talking about?
Thanks very much, Tom. And I want to thank you, first of all, not only for inviting me here, but by introducing me as the Financial Secretary to the Treasury, because I've done a couple of events recently over the last few days, and I've always been introduced as the current Financial Secretary to the Treasury. And indeed, by the end of this talk, I may no longer be the Financial Secretary to the Treasury. So if we think about conservative economic policy, I think we would usually have a number of words that we would all recognise. I think we talk about sound money, we talk about fiscal responsibility, we talk about low taxation. And I think those are absolutely necessary principles, and I think they still apply. But today, I'd just like to touch on a couple of words that I think define the new Prime Minister and what we will see from the economy and the principles, conservative principles surrounding that going forward. And I would say they are opportunity, optimism, and courage. And I don't say that without recognizing that we are in extremely challenging times at the moment. You know, businesses in my constituency are finding it very difficult. But we could approach the future in two different ways. We could either have cautious prudence, or we could have bold and decisive action. And I think it's pretty clear from what the new Prime Minister has set out that we are about to embark on the latter of those. And I just wanted to give you a little anecdote about opportunity, recognizing, of course, the challenging circumstances we are in. About 3 months ago, I was in my constituency and I met a businessman, and he said this was the most difficult period in his business career. He was quite a big retailer. So obviously he'd been through COVID, but he said this was even more challenging. He said his energy contract had come to an end. He usually paid £300,000, but the quotes that he was getting were over $1 million, and he thought this could be the end of his very long-standing business. But I saw him much more recently. I saw him last week. And he was really positive. He said he managed to get a deal on his energy. It was double, not triple. So he was looking at that in a positive way. But he also said that he had never seen more opportunities coming his way than now in the 40 years of his trading. So I don't diminish what people are going through. I think it's really tough. It's going to be really tough for businesses. But I think from what the Prime Minister has set out, she is going to be supporting businesses. And I think what we see is a Prime Minister that doesn't see obstacles, she sees opportunities. And thinking about what we should be doing as a government and the opportunities that present, I'd just like to touch on what I thought was quite an excellent paper that the CPS put out that Gerard contributed to, which was Why Choose Britain? And one of the comments in there I thought was quite interesting, that one of the people they spoke to said, Britain remains an attractive place with many extraordinary advantages, but too often it's trading on its existing strengths rather than focusing on enhancing them. And what they talked about was the fact that in terms of businesses' relationship with government, there was a general sense it was too hard for businesses to get a hearing with government. It's too hard to see who you should be talking to. And a powerful sense that Britain was becoming a less stable, less predictable place to put your money, especially if you're a firm looking to invest in the long term. I think if that was true, I think it's significantly about to change. I think what you're going to see from the Prime Minister is more predictable, stable, certainly in terms of taxation. And I just wanted to give one example of taxation, which you will have all always been talked about a lot during the campaign, obviously without making any announcements, which I'm sure Liz will do in due course. But you know, there were two taxes in relation to two options in relation to corporation tax. We can put up corporation tax, which will bring in into the Treasury coffers £17 billion, or we can not do so, betting on the investment and increased revenues that would come our way. And I just wanted to throw out one statistic in that context, which is that in 2010, which was shortly before George Osborne announced the corporation tax reductions, corporation tax brought in £36 billion. And in 2021, it brought in £63 billion after the corporation tax had been cut. Now, that is not, of course, there are a whole load of additional complex reasons why that was the case, but it's an interesting headline statistic. I totally agree with what both Gerard and Claire said about investment, skills and innovation. And just, I care passionately about the importance of improving skills across the country. And I think we are at the moment focusing too much on potentially the wrong type of skills. So at the moment, we have a higher proportion of university grads than across the OECD, so 10% higher than the OECD average, at the same time as 9 million adults in England who have low basic literacy or numeracy skills. And we have a much fewer percentage of those who hold vocational qualifications, much lower than the OECD average. And I think it's really important that we addressed our skills base in order to improve productivity. To answer your question about Treasury orthodoxy, Tom, so I'd start by saying I've worked in a number of departments, and I do think that civil servants do a tremendous job. In their role is to implement the direction and strategy of their ministers. And I do think that they are extremely good at that. And I think that's an important point to say, because I think that my experience of the Treasury to date is being that it's super competent, filled with super able people. There might be a particular standpoint that the Treasury has, or a view of life, as I think in any department, or a view of the work that the Treasury is doing at that moment. You know, they've been instructed to do something and they're all invested in it because they're doing the work. But I do think what I have found is that they do respond well to the direction that you set them. And I think it might not be immediate. There was one particular project that I had in the Treasury that I felt very passionate about. It wasn't, the Treasury had tried it before. It hadn't worked out well. They were reluctant to follow my lead, and it did take a little bit of time. But in the end, when they were behind me, they absolutely enacted what I wanted them to do. And so I think that it is up to ministers to ensure that what is enacted is their strategic direction. So just in closing, I think what we're going to see is Britain is open for business, we're supporting business, and that in our economic policy, and perhaps also across the board, we are brave and courageous.
Brilliant. Lucy, thank you very much. So, you know, we talked about a divergence from Treasury orthodoxy, and maybe the distinct approach that Truss government brings here. It's also, I think, a diversion from Tory orthodoxy. At least if you ask me to define the sort of the key characteristic of the Conservative economic approach. Obviously, these things are always multifaceted, and there are different views within any political movement. But sort of the lodestar was prudent financial management, public finances. Obviously, from the financial crisis on, you know, I was working at another free market think tank at that time, but we spent so much time talking about the budget deficit, the need to roll back the state, and all of this kind of thing. Now, there's a sort of irony, perhaps, in the most ideologically committed free market prime minister in generations, possibly, that we've ever had coming in, and then probably the first major act being a huge spending commitment on energy subsidies. And maybe we'll circle back to that. But the point I want to start on, actually, is when we talk about the Conservative vision for the economy, how much do we still care about the budget deficit and about the public debt? Are we sort of disregarding them for now? I know that in the US, my experience with the Republicans there is they care about the deficit when the Democrats are in charge. When they're in charge, it really doesn't matter at all. We've got blue deficits and red deficits. Some are good, some are bad. Are we moving towards that kind of view, or is the distinction merely a short-term versus long-term one? That in the short term, we're in a very difficult situation. We seem to have encountered a sequence of very difficult situations over the last decade or so. And that requires a big budget deficit, but longer term, fiscal rectitude is always on the way. I mean, Claire, maybe if I can go to you first on that. How much are we going to be talking about budget deficits in years ahead, or is this going to drop out of our lexicon a bit?
I mean, of course, debt matters. Of course, public debt matters. Providing finance for public services matters. Growth matters. These things will never change. I think all of the decisions that you make have trade-offs. And I remember when we were looking at the packages that we did in COVID, that was a huge increase in public debt to GDP. But the decision that was made was that it was much better to preserve the economy, spend that amount of money, because then once we came out of the pandemic and we didn't think it was going to go on forever, then you'd be able to restart the economy from that position rather than, from huge amounts of bankruptcies and destitution. So all of these things matters, but you have to decide what you will allow and what you are getting for allowing public debt to go higher, because I don't think it's ever going to be part of any, I don't think it should ever be part of any government's policy to say public debt is not important.
And Lucy?
Yes, so I agree in the sense that I think that, fiscal responsibility, fiscal restraint, debt, controlling debt, those are all sound conservative principles, which I don't think we're just about to walk away from. But I think we also have to be pragmatic about the context in which we find ourselves and the challenges that we find ourselves in at any particular time. And I think as a party, we have been incredibly pragmatic recently, whether that's, the circumstances that we found ourselves in COVID. And yes, of course, we spent a lot of money, but the IMF then said it was one of the most impressive packages that they'd seen put together globally, and led to us being the fastest growing economy as we came out of COVID. So, we are in a position at the moment whereby we have some challenges that we absolutely have to deal with. We can't be in a situation where significant numbers of businesses closed, people are on the line where they're choosing between heating and eating, so we have to deal with those challenges. But it's interesting to note, and I think Liz might have talked about this during the campaign, the fact that we are in an inflationary period is actually boosting tax receipts. So we got an additional £19 billion in 2021. So there is a little bit of headroom in terms of spending.
Okay. And I mean, Gerald, is that roughly your view as well when it comes to the public finances?
Well, I agree with what's been said. It's a shame you can't be on the panel where you disagree with everyone. But I would actually answer your question, not to repeat what's been said, but maybe three different aspects to my answer. First is the inflation part that Lucy's touched on. Second is, I would push back against your opening point that she's going against conservatism. And third is the markets. Let's take each of them in terms of inflation. Since 2008, monetary policy in the UK, but it has to be said in Western economies, has become the shock absorber. We basically have, as a result, had three cardinal sins. One, cheap money has led to asset price inflation, including rampant property prices. Obviously, building houses would help. Second, it's led to financial markets not pricing properly for risk. And third, it's contributed to the recent surge in inflation. Has been triggered initially by supply side factors, but poor monetary policy clearly fed the inflation cycle. And not only that, if we tightened last year when the economy had been able to cope, we wouldn't be contemplating a 0.75 percentage point hike next week when the economy is far less able to cope. So watch the first part about her approach to fiscal policy is echoing her determination to have low inflation and for monetary policy to focus solely and primarily and solely on getting inflation down. Fiscal policy stabilizing the economy means that we shouldn't expect any time the market has a hiccup or the economy has a hiccup for monetary policy to ease. It's changing the template and it's reinforcing the desire of trust to make sure that low inflation is a key part of her economic backdrop. The second part is basically the current situation. It's quantity and quality. It's not only what you're spending, it's where you're spending. The risk of not tackling the recession head on would be profound for the public finances. The interesting thing is, Lucy said last year, £19 billion more in revenues. The delta for UK public finances is quite interesting. When the economy does well, public finances tend to improve far better. When it underperforms, public finances really do deteriorate. And so therefore, I won't say cost benefit analysis, but the risk of having a deep recession is far worse for the public finances than actually taking firm action now to actually prevent that deep recession, hopefully preventing any recession. And as I say, her determination is to reduce debt to GDP over time. And third, the markets. Unlike the US, though, the UK has to, well, not saying the US doesn't heed the markets, but the US is in a better position in terms of its position globally. Times of global uncertainty now, people buy dollars. That's why the yen is at a quarter of a century low. That's why sterling's at a 35, 40-year low. But we, because of our 5% of GDP current account deficit, can't ignore the markets. So the markets are a clear, I won't say constraint, they're a clear target audience alongside the general public and alongside businesses and investors. So therefore, I would say bring it together. I don't think what she is planning to do contravenes conservatism. As Lucy said, it's very pragmatic, but I think underpinning it is low inflation and sound public finances.
I suppose I gave a little bit of advance warning in my previous question that we were going to come to this energy package, and of course we don't know the details. How much of what's been leaked or briefed is true, but it does seem like the government is going to take on the risk above a certain level of energy prices, both for households and for businesses. Huge fiscal cost, maybe enormous economic importance as well. But I mean, from a sort of professional economist point of view, I know this isn't a traditional price control, but obviously, this isn't the first time that governments have, very broadly speaking, tried to control inflation by fixing the prices that consumers see. And even if they do it in a clever, more economically rational way than perhaps your Nixons and your Ted Heaths have tried similar policies, are we in danger of giving the public a very perverse view of what economic policy can achieve if we tell them that rising prices can be dealt with by government fixing the price and paying the difference? Now, I know it's an emergency, but that seems like quite a dangerous precedent to set.
Yeah, well, like all aspects of policy, it needs to be explained clearly so people can understand it. Yet the plan A, if one can call it that, was very evident in the Johnson administration, Johnson government, and £37 billion of help has been provided to address the cost of living crisis. And in terms of the energy component, it was very much, as the underlying part of your question was, let the price mechanism take hold and then have timely, temporary and targeted help to households. But I think we went from the need for plan A to plan B a few weeks ago, when we now have seen the situation that the price is becoming so dislocated. It's hard to imagine anyone has not started to adjust their behavior, whether it's people or firms. But what became clear recently was that prices were so dislocated, futures markets really been distorted maybe by geopolitical factors directly with Russian intervention or other people intervening, but it became such that there was nothing to be gained from allowing the price to keep rising further. Therefore, one in economic terms would say it's suboptimal, but in political terms, no one would ever use those terms. One is about cost benefit analysis. You then have to take the risk off people and off firms and put the risk onto the government. How you fund it, whether it's fully on government borrowing or whether it's a levy in the next 5 years on bills plus government borrowing remains to be seen. But you're right in the sense that the price signal, and this was touched on in Claire's opening comments, price signal sends a clear message, but we are in such a distorted situation, it would be foolhardy to claim that energy prices, where they move just because of little trade in the futures markets, is sending a clear message. But it's a difficult one to explain, you're right. But I think addressing the problem head on became paramount. And then also, for some reason, it was only in the last 3 or 4 weeks that everyone started to become acutely aware of the problems facing firms, having had households being centre stage over most of the summer.
All right. I mean, Lou Sinclair, do you want to come in on this point? I've got one other question as well before we go to the audience.
Well, I'll just make this point because I think, there's been some commentary, is it the least worst option? And I think that has some fairness to it, because my ideal approach would be targeted help. I mean, that would be, non-inflationary. You could then not distort the price signal too much. That would be the best thing. But I can say from my work, the difficulty that we have is, where all the households are, who's on benefits. You don't really know a huge amount past that. And the price is going up so much that actually the risk is now not just to the third of families who are on benefits. I think there is a huge amount of middle income families and businesses who are going to struggle. And it is very difficult to work out how to pick those out. We tried it with one of the programs, which was using council tax bands, A to Ds, but it is imperfect. I think that was about 80% of households that it covers, but it is imperfect. So, I think when we're looking at these different policy solutions, my biggest criteria is that we try as much as possible, if this is going to be a short-term inflationary shock and we're doing a huge amount on supply to try and bring the price down, is to try and prevent that sort of, the things that are very hard to come back from, whether it's entrenched poverty or businesses that are completely viable but come out of the system. So I have some sympathy for what they're trying to do.
I was actually going to say exactly what Claire said, because we were both in the department at the same time, where we're struggling with how do you make sure you target the right people. That's why there was the universal £400 offer, because we recognized that the amount was not just about getting the people on benefits. We needed to help more people as well, but how do you help all? So there was an element of a universal offer in that, recognizing that just getting people on benefits was not sufficient. And it's not just practical questions, if you do it in different ways, about who are you targeting, it's how do you get the money to them as well. So now I am the minister responsible for HMRC, who does have to do all those practical changes to get money to people, and that involves sometimes changing legislation and then changing their IT mechanisms, making the payments. So how quickly can we get payments to people if it's through the welfare system or some other system? So it's not just about what is the right thing to do, it's how can we actually deliver it as well.
Okay. Also, I agree. It's interesting how it will already change expectations. Like 3 weeks ago, Citibank said that inflation was likely to peak at 18.6%. The following week, maybe not to be outdone, Goldman said it would peak at 22.6%. Yesterday, Barclays said that if it was fixed at what was being suggested, inflation may have already peaked at 10.1%. I think if you stabilize it, it should be at 2,800, because everything is now built on prices going up to 2,800. But it fundamentally changes inflation perceptions. You only have to turn on the radio or TV in the last week, and every union negotiator is citing 18% or 13% or something. Suddenly it changes that dynamic, and also it saves money. According to the OBR, as I echo that they said at the beginning, 1p off inflation is 5 to 6 billion saving on interest payments in a full fiscal year. So that's a significant change to a couple of key dynamics.
All right, thank you. I'm going to keep my other question in reserve because I'm conscious that there are people, as we see in the audience. So you were very keen, you had your hand up right at the beginning. Go ahead. In fact, and let's take the question at the back as well. We'll group a couple together.
Yeah, hi, I'm Mason Thorpe. I have a few points to address specifically in relation to where we're going with the non-suicide of economic sanctions. I'll explain that. Energy market, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency regulation, but also Finny. On the energy market, I'll give you an example as to why it's heavily flawed. Say, for instance, when the cost of energy production is lower, it's often sold at the wholesale energy prices, which is an aggregate. My father and I, we've recently installed solar panels. During the day, he's getting 5 pence per kilowatt hour back from the electricity grid. And then later in the evening, we're paying 30p per kilowatt hour. But what if we had a peer-to-peer energy trading system where instead my dad could sell his excess energy to the market, closer to the market price, and that could be used to save him money. And if you extrapolate that at a much larger level, it's going to drive costs down significantly. And we're also going to reach a point in the future where this is going to be a lot worse at a national scale. I'll give you an example.
Well, I tell you what, I think there's a really good question in there, and I'm gonna pose it, but we've not got very much time. So if you can just go to the back now.
20 more seconds.
No, go on.
Hi, yeah. My question is about how we get enterprise really moving. Because clearly that's absolutely central to what Liz Truss is trying to do, is to get growth up to 2.5%. And what we have in the UK is a banking system or a financial system which doesn't supply enough capital to where we need it. And this has been identified in the Levelling Up report, going back to the Macmillan Gap, the Alison Rose review, the whole range of reports which have said this is a problem, and it continues to be a big problem. And so what this means is that small businesses in particular can't get the money they need, and particularly in deprived areas where banks are closing up branches and moving away. The Treasury doesn't seem to have really addressed this. They're not very keen on having local pots of capital, encouraging small social lenders like CDFIs. They're basically not very happy about that. But the reality is something needs to be done. If we're going to get the economy firing on all cylinders and using all the talents and all the entrepreneurial talent that we have, we need to do something about this. And I'd be really interested to know what the panel thinks about that.
Cool. All right, well, two great questions there, really interesting, quite different topics. So I'll just parcel them out. So the energy market, I don't think that our energy market works the best possible way that it could, right? And after the immediate support that the government will have to give, there's probably going to have to be some serious thinking about how you reform energy markets so that we don't end up in similar situations before. Part of that's, supply and infrastructure. Part of it probably is the regulation and the functioning of the market itself. The other question, very clearly about the banking system and generally getting funds where they're needed. Lucy, I wonder if we can go to you first on either of those points. You can pick and choose if you want to.
Well, I think we are looking at energy market reform, and it is absolutely critical, and we need it soon. So I think that's definitely on the way. I think the point that the gentleman made about capital is critical, and we need capital to encourage businesses to set up. And then not only do we need the capital when they set up, but also when they expand. Often companies then go abroad to float, and that's not great. So I think we have work to do on capital. We have work to do on capital investment of companies amongst themselves. We have work to do on skills, and we have work to do on innovation. And those are the things together will ensure the growth that the Prime Minister has talked about.
Yeah, no, I would just add, I agree with you in terms of regional finance. And two of the things that we were changing, which I think were positive in that respect, was the British Business Bank and opening up new parts of the country that it served. And also some of the changes that we made to pension funds. I think being able to expand VC across the country, and we are very much behind some of our other competitors, and it is absolutely bizarre that you think in some of our biggest, most successful companies, it's US and Canadian pensioners who are benefiting, not our own. And I think that will help with access to finance as well as I think more broadly since the financial crisis. You're right. I think the big banks have been focusing more on their profitable mortgage books rather than lending to business. But I do think that there is an awareness of that, and some of these changes that we were making are towards addressing that.
I mean, Gerald, I know you're going to want to talk about the Macmillan Gap because I've heard you talk about it before, but I am interested in your thoughts on the energy market as an economist.
That's a shame.
You can talk about the Macmillan Gap if you want to, but I am interested on that energy market regulation point as well. What sort of changes we might need to see?
Yeah, I don't really think I can add anything to what you've said on the energy market. I would just echo it. I can talk about the in case people aren't aware, the Macmillan Gap was first identified in 1931. That's a long time ago. in case you haven't worked that one out. 2019, the Bank of England asked for a Future of Finance report that was produced by someone who was on secondment at the bank. It was a really good report. Van Stigis produced it. But the reason I mention it, in the Bank of England's response to that report, they identified that there was a £23 billion gap. 23 billion, sorry, I keep repeating the numbers, these are so big, between what small firms needed and what the banking sector was providing. The fact that such a figure can be cited and not one senior person at the Bank of England thinks it merits a comment shows you where the focus of attention should be and isn't. I've raised the points you've made with the two most senior people at the Treasury, without giving secrets away from a private meeting or interview, as it was. They basically said it's a demand problem. Complete rubbish. We need to change. Claire touched on changing the rules and regulations. Like in terms of Solvency II, it's not just about changing Solvency II so insurance companies can invest. You actually have to change the assets in which they can invest, which are very dominated by environmentally friendly assets. They can't at the moment invest in infrastructure type assets, sewage systems and stuff like that. So there's lots of things we can change, but on the banking side, changing the rules, the regulations, but making it a proactive issue for our central bank to see this as a key issue. In the very near term, I'd like to think the senior people at the bank are having words with the banks about forbearance to small firms who might have trouble at whatever level the energy price cap is set. So there is a lot more, in my view, that we can do proactively. And finally, Federation of Small Business has called for a simplification of the tax system and the regulatory system. And they have some remarkable data on how much time is spent just compiling tax returns by small businesses.
All right. We have at most 3 minutes, I think, so maybe we can do a real quick fire round. This side of the room is very keen. Yeah, so let's, if we come down to the front first and then just work our way back. Really very quick questions, please, if you can.
My background's starting and growing businesses. The government's become very good at saying no to things. If I wanted to invest in onshore gas, I can't. If I wanted to invest in a coking coal, I can't. If I wanted to build houses in metropolitan Essex on a derelict site, I can't. Any plans to change the no's to yeses?
Great. Where was the next on? Sure.
You've just mentioned the Macmillan Gap, and I'm so old I can remember it, and ICFC being set up precisely to address it. Which politicians was it that allowed them to close down their 35 regional offices? So we've had it, and we threw it away.
Yeah. All right.
Many companies have locked into electricity prices in the last few weeks. If with the new energy caps, will they be allowed to break those contracts, and what fees will be charged?
All right. I think the signal I was getting from the back was that we might have a little bit more time if we want it. Yeah. Okay. Well, I won't rush the answers, but bear in mind we do need to finish quite soon. So, Lucy, is the government going to keep saying no to everything?
So I think these are very difficult questions to answer. I'm afraid I can't make policy announcements about what the new Prime Minister will or will not do. So I'm
all right.
Sorry, a bit constrained there.
No, of course.
But maybe Claire will.
As someone that with no hopes in the shuffle, let me go further. No, I think actually one of the biggest challenges of the no's is on planning. And actually that gums up the system because people wait for years and years and years to see if they're going to get yes or no, and often they get a no. So some of the things that you were mentioning there, for example, housing, things like that, that causes all of our house building to become more expensive. And I think that is something that the Prime Minister definitely gets. And I think she will be quite bold. And actually, even before she took over from the former Prime Minister Boris, he'd obviously signed off a nuclear plant, which had been sort of in this sort of planning limbo for a long time. So I think people are now, because of the challenges that we faced over the last few years, I think are going to be quite bold in terms of signing things off in the critical infrastructure, particularly that we need.
Yeah.
We did hear quite a few times that she spent a number of years in planning meetings that she's never going to get back.
We did hear that a few times. Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a couple more questions actually. So yeah, right there.
The last question was very interesting.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I don't know the answer to that. The legal aspects that people have tied into contracts. It's yeah, yeah. Okay. Yep, right there.
Well, I wanted to follow up on what Lucy Fraser said about skills, because I suspect that's the main factor inhibiting our rate of economic growth, which I suspect is cultural rather than economic. And the Conservatives have done a great deal to attack that problem under Theresa May with the T-levels, Boris Johnson, lifelong learning and so on. What they haven't done is attack the culture that lies behind it, which is that you could leave school with minimal qualifications and hope to get a job for life. That is still very strong amongst white working class boys in the left behind areas. And that culture has obviously gone forever. Might have been there 60 years ago. The Conservatives haven't done much to attack that. And they haven't yet attacked the literacy problem, which Lucy Fraser drew attention to. We have a 17% rate of functional illiteracy in England, and under the SNP in Scotland, 33% in Scotland. And we're spending over £50 billion a year in education, yet many years of compulsory education produce one of the highest rates of illiteracy in the OECD. And that has obviously effects not only on the economy, because you can't expect employers to give apprenticeships to people who haven't mastered basic literacy. It has an effect on crime because a large number of prisoners are illiterate. And also, of course, has an effect on the levelling up process, because you're not going to get firms to move to areas where there's a large number of illiterate people. So what is the government going to do about our huge problem of illiteracy and indeed innumeracy?
And let's just take one more question at the end. First hand up there, the sort of brown jacket.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, right there. Okay, go ahead. Both of you, but make it really quick.
Yeah, this is a really quick one. So on the corporation tax plans for the new government, my understanding is that there's a mechanism in place that will cause basically SMEs or small or medium-sized corporations not to be affected by the planned increases. So my question ultimately is, are we 100% certain that the plans to reduce corporation tax now, if it's only going to impact larger corporations, is that going to generate the same amount of revenue into the Treasury and jobs and whatnot as it did under Cameron and Osborne?
Okay, and final one.
Yes, it's a similar theme, but obviously under George Osborne, we had a significant cut in corporation tax main rate. We had a bonfire of the quangos with a huge deregulatory boom. None of that led to increases in productivity, investment. Profits have gone up historically over the past 30, 40 years, but those things have stayed quite stagnant. So I guess what's the plan B to Trussonomics if this huge cut in taxation, this huge focus on deregulation doesn't work, as the evidence over the past 10 years appears it might not?
Okay, brilliant selection of questions to end on. So there's the big question about skills. And obviously we've talked about it for a long time without making significant progress on it. And then that final, perhaps slightly depressing question, productivity, business investment have been low in this country for so long. Can the Truss economic agenda really move the needle on those things? And let's just go along the panel. Claire, let's go to you first.
Yeah, so I think there's no magic solution when it comes to the economy or people's lives, but the closest thing we have is education and skills. So to the gentleman talking about literacy and numeracy, I actually started a National Numeracy Day in past life, and I think these things are incredibly important. And the two moments you really have, I think, for people is the school system. And actually Nadine Zahawi, when his education secretary, put forward an ambitious target on literacy and numeracy, which I thought was most welcome. And also when you're training them at various careers. And I think one of the stories I was hearing recently, which I thought was brilliant, was an army training centre somewhere in the northeast. And you had a lot of young boys sort of going into the army who had very poor reading and very poor numeracy, but they have to pass these tests now, which I think is a really good thing. And actually they suddenly saw these sort of, stern men who they were looking up to saying, you better pass these exams, otherwise you can't come and work with us. And guess what? They actually, they have a really high pass rate. So I think those are the two moments we should make the most of them. And I think that's really important.
Yep. Thank you. Gerald.
Yeah, some very key questions. The one on skills and education. Back in 1997, I think it was 23% of people in the UK were enumerate and illiterate. So 17% in the 31% is probably on average, hasn't moved much in a quarter of a century. I'm not going to pretend. I'm conscious Fraser Nelson's in the front row, and I remember reading at least 1 or 2 front pages of the Spectator where it says everyone thinks they know about education because they all think it's about Oxbridge and they've been to primary school. But education has, but if I look at it from a corporate perspective, an open immigration policy has incentivized firms to take cheap labor from overseas and to not invest in the labor they have. We need to change our immigration policy. We have a very open immigration policy. We actually have had the biggest increase in population ever in this country in the last decade, and the consequences of it are not always debated. But clearly we need to let in the number of people that we want to let in rather than have an open border approach. But the consequence of that is it has to change the mindset on firms in terms of actually spending more on their staff. But clearly there is something amiss in the education system. Left of centre dominated education system is how some people approach it, but I don't know. I'm not going to give the answer, but it is a worrying aspect. We have more universities in the top 100 than rest of Western Europe put together. So on one level, really positive, but as you've correctly pointed out, more people who are not educated, despite the fact they should be able to leave school. In fact, but my school, Carlton Vaughan, was the top rated comprehensive school in London. When it went from grammar to comprehensive, it was interesting that the intake had to change. And in the first term, 1/3 of the kids coming in, or probably less than 1/3 actually, I was in the 6th form then, I couldn't read. So the head teacher basically made it the aim by Christmas that everyone would be able to read and sort of be numerate and achieve that. So there's something amiss here, but I think you've hit the nail on the head. And the investment, look, the thing about low taxes and investment, it's one needs to have an overall strategy. It's not taxes in isolation. There's been a lot bandied around in the last few days about unfunded tax cuts, which is complete nonsense, and trickle down economics, which is even more nonsense. But the thing is, one has to not take these in isolation, but look at them an overall strategy. But as you said in answer to it, we've had low business investment for 40 years. So again, it's not something to be addressed overnight. And that's part of the challenge for Liz Truss. She only has 2 years or 2.25 years before the election. She can't turn the dial on everything in the 2.25 years.
Well, yeah, so with that in mind, Lucy, you're going to get the final word here. 2 and a bit years. Is this all going to work?
Well, 2.5 years isn't very long, but I think what we're going to do is set a foundation for future, which hopefully is full of optimism and excitement so that people can see a trajectory of where we can go. But just to answer the 2 points, because I think 2 critical points about education and taxation. On education, we need to do, I think, 4 things. We need to improve our literacy and numeracy skills. We need to have good universities for those who want to go to university, better technical education. But fourthly, really importantly, that we haven't touched on yet, is continuous training of adults, because the marketplace is changing. So, I've done 2 jobs, but my children, I suspect, are going to do way more than 2 jobs, and those skills need to be transferable. What we saw in COVID was that the over 50s were the largest group that didn't come back to work. And in circumstances where we have, 2 million vacancies, we're not doing our best as a nation if we're not employing those people who are over 50, who are leaving the workplace for whatever reason. And also in adult skills are important in circumstances where 1/3, I think this is stats, so something like 1/3 of those people in primary school at the moment are going to live till they're 100. So we need to train when people are in formal education, but we need to continue to retrain. And I'm particularly keen on the point the gentleman made about prisoners, because I was the prisons minister in a previous guise. And it is shocking that the average reading age is 11 for prisoners. And I think there's something about why they're in prison. When they've got a reading age of 11, there's a relationship between those 2 things. I also think, I feel very strongly that a lot of people who are in prison have also got mental health issues. They're neurodiverse. 1 in 10 people in this country have ADHD. ADHD means you can't concentrate at school. You're branded as someone who is difficult, and that leads to, unfortunately, a pathway which goes the wrong way. If we tackle these issues right at the beginning of people's education, I think we'd be a much more fulfilled nation and a much more productive nation. Just very, very briefly on the taxation point, you asked a very important question: what's the consequences of tax cuts, and is it really going to produce the growth that we want? And it is very difficult to work those things out because so many things happen at the same time. But I think what's fundamental is that we send that message that we are open for business. And this is how we want business to grow. We're backing business. We're behind business. And then just 2 facts. And so there was a study in 2013 where HMRC estimated that a 1 percentage point decrease in the CT rate would lead to an increase in the size of the tax base by 0.83%. So interesting that a tax cut they projected was going to lead to, in fact, a revenue rise. And then you can just see anecdotally what happens. So in the US, even before the pandemic, we saw a lot of firms leaving US states that were high tax states like California and New York. So examples are Hewlett Packard, Oracle, many others. And those companies, I mean, it's obvious to state they bring in jobs, they bring in capital funds, they bring in office space. So I think it's about making sure that we send a message which then business acts upon. Very difficult to calibrate the effect, but it's about setting that picture and setting our foundations.
Well, I'm afraid we have to leave it there, but it's a good note to end on. Please join me in thanking our panel, Lucy, Gerard, and Claire.
I'm not sure, but when you said that, thank you. Cheers.
It's my one. Get rid of that.
Yeah.
this was going to be an in-conversation session with Kemi Badenoch. So we've gone one better and got the man who invented Kemi Badenoch and discovered Kemi Badenoch during her given her meteoric rise started at the Spectator. And as Freddie was just saying off mic, whatever people do later in life, they're still just his interns and his former interns.
Well, Kemi was my former director of digital, by the way. She was fantastic, and even then, it was clear she's going for great things. I also, by the way, am amazed there's so many of you here, because I reckon Kemi is, of the Spectator, we did this thing where we once, just for a laugh, seeing if we could get Rod Little to fill the London Palladium, and we did. 2,500 people came to see him. I reckon we could do that for Kemi Badenoch, but I reckon with no other politician could you probably fill, So that's what I think her pulling. Boris, yeah, perhaps Boris, but Kemi, she's got this star power, which was supposed to be applied this afternoon, and instead you've got, I'm not quite sure what you've got, us two.
Yeah, I think
we've got some good jokes, haven't we, Rob?
Yeah, what's that? The Frank Sinatra song, and now now we're at the dregs of the bottle. I think that's where we.
And it's water, even worse.
And it's water. Oh, I know. So this is not Spectator policy, but of course all of the CPS's money goes into our fantastic research output. Anyway, the theme of the conference has been the state and future of conservatism, and obviously we're in the theme that's kind of emerges is this tremendous sort of this weird sort of dichotomy that we are. You start the panel. We started with a panel on can the Conservatives win the next election, and heard that it's going to be very, very difficult. That they are 15 points behind in the polls. There is a massive the cost of living crisis is massively draining away. But the support for the Conservatives, especially among less affluent voters. But then we also heard MPs say, actually, being at PMQs today, hearing Liz talk about convictions and values and ideology, I think we're all feeling a bit perked up, suddenly Stan was talking about raising taxes again, and it's there's clear blue and red water again. So it feels like this simultaneously incredibly pessimistic and an incredibly optimistic time to be a conservative. Where do you sit on that spectrum?
I'm going to go for optimism for the moment. I think Liz Truss is what she is. She's an optimistic morale raiser. She's Boris-esque in her ability. I don't know how many of you guys go to Tory party conference, but you can always tell the events where Liz Truss was speaking because they had the longest queues on the way in and the biggest smiles on the way out. Nothing raises the spirits of the Tory faithful more than Liz Truss. Of course, it's quite easy to promise a new Jerusalem and a lovely tax sufficient and all the rest of it. It's you. I mean, what Conservative politician can't do that? It's what she's still able to promise with a straight face after about a year or 18 months in power. That will be the problem. And the big question of Liz Truss, of course, is that she's never really been in a department where her principles have been tested. I mean, Liz Truss is a think tanker. She's from this kind of world. She was, I think, the deputy head of reform. She's very comfortable around think tankers. We're sort of her kind of people. But Rishi Sunak, if he'd have been here about 3 or 4 years ago, he was doing CPS pamphlets with 3 reports talking about how he wants to keep taxes low and genuinely means it. His spirit was willing, but the ministerial flesh was weak. So we ended up going in raising taxes to the highest you've seen in 77 years. So my question is, will Liz Truss end up doing the same? She said something quite significant yesterday, I think, that it sounded like a cliche. It was Monday. She was saying, I was elected as a Conservative and I will govern as a Conservative. Now, of course, what she meant was that Boris Johnson didn't do that. Boris Johnson was elected as a Conservative, but then started borrowing like a drunken Keynesian. And next thing you know, there was no problem to which he didn't think more money and more debt was a solution. And then he got it into his head that you had to bribe the red wall into next, as much as you could in order to keep their votes. And before you know it, you end up with a government taking more of other people's money than any post-war Labour government ever dared to do. And by what stretch of the English language is that a Conservative government? A Conservative government is one which taxes but feels guilty about it, as opposed to Labour. So I think that's so right now the verbal difference between her and Boris is quite refreshing. And I was talking to some of my colleagues because we in this little cycle, you always want to start off by giving somebody the benefit of the doubt by thinking that she might actually deliver on all of this. But then again, let's pause to reflect on what she's promised to do. I think Rishi Sunak, in a way, was her greatest sort of advocate, bizarrely, during the campaign. If you listen to the caricature he presented, you absolutely wanted to vote for this woman. She was sort of crazy. She wanted to cut taxes, rejuvenate. She wanted to grow. She didn't care what the Treasury or didn't care about the gilt markets. She's going to do it. And, you think, great, bring it on. And then you find out what she promised to do. Cut national insurance by 1%. That's it. That's it. This is fiscal irrelevance. So this is the thing. There is no great fiscal tax cutting danger in the same way the way the Sunak campaign spoke about. If you actually do the sums, it wouldn't even come in the top 15 tax cutting budgets over what she's promised so far. So I think we ought to bear in mind that right now what she is giving, and the optimistic language she is using for her party to rev them all up, is the language of the principles of we stand for liberty, freedom, low taxes, low government. You heard Gerald Lyons talk about that earlier on. And if you're in any way involved in the CPS world, this will be music to your ears. But what we've learned over the years with Osborne, with Cameron, with May, and certainly with Boris, is to always judge these guys on what they do, not what they say. And when they sit down after the budget, have a look at the graph, have a look at where the tax graph is going. And if it is still the highest since the late 1950s, then that sort of says its own message. So to me, it's still, one of the things that I got so depressed about during the campaign was when Rishi Sunak, who, by the way, I really admire and rate as a politician, but even he said that after the end of a parliament, if he was lucky, then he might be able to reverse half of his tax increases. That's in a 7-year period, just half of them. And even by then, taxes would be the highest since the late 1950s. Now, if that was the best that he could do, and by the way, I don't think he's a sort of soft Labour inside wet Tory. I think he's, Sunak genuinely, I think he means what he says, but even he, for whatever reason, thought that was the most he could do. But the difference between him and Liz Truss was that he quantified it and she didn't. So what we've got from her is a bunch of words. What we haven't seen yet is how she intends to make them into action. Now, she might do in her budget or fiscal event, or whatever she wants to call it, but let's all reserve our judgment until then. From my point of view, I'm allowing myself to hope until that moment comes along.
So you don't agree with those who say basically like this is the week and it's all about the energy price cap announcement, and on that the fate of the government rides on?
I think look, the energy price cap, every government in Europe pretty much is doing a version of what we're going to do. This is one of these crises where politics goes out the window, no matter if you're a far left Portuguese government or a right-wing Norwegian government, or maybe not the Norwegians, they've got quite a lot in reserve. But everybody's going to have to borrow lots. I think the Germans are actually doing it best because they are giving a sort of fixed allocation of heating. And if you're somebody like me, then you still will pay a lot of money. I think, but there are ways of giving the bailouts, but I think most people are going to do it. But also let's remember that the figures involved here. The energy bailout is basically back to spending and taxing, or spending and borrowing. It's exactly the same as Labour would do there in power, or Sunak or Boris or anybody. So I think for all the fiscal significance of this, it's difficult really to read too much about the political direction. I mean, I like to think that she would structure it in a sensible way, which minimizes the amount of subsidy given to the rich. For example, in this country, we're notoriously bad at heating houses. We have something like at least 20,000 excess winter deaths every year, sometimes 40 or 50. Every degree below 19 degrees means lots of basically more dead pensioners. It's worse for blood clots. There's a very sensitivity here. What we face is an NHS crisis. And if we don't manage to translate the energy help in a way which will allow the most vulnerable to cold weather to heat their homes, then that will translate into a death toll, I suspect, bigger than anything COVID might have in store for us this winter. So I think these things are very important, and you'd like to think she'll construct it in an intelligent way, but we'll see.
Well, that's actually a point we made in a CPS briefing today, where we costed the energy freeze, and I mean, my God, the numbers were insane.
What numbers did you get?
Well, if you're doing it at 2,500, it starts at 29 billion, but then if rising to 120 billion a year if you get in energy prices at basically if energy prices go to the 6,000 level that's Cornwall and some are saying, then you're doubling the deficit, which is or double, it's an extra NHS.
And you're all hoping that the bond markets will just pay out, not just us, but everybody else who's wanting this money too.
Yeah. But in that we also made the point, and Carl made the point, who's hopefully here, that very well, our excellent senior researcher, that yes, we are one of the. If you compare us to other European countries, there are two unique things about our policy responses: that we've done nothing for businesses, and we haven't told people to stop using the heating in a way that everyone else has. But equally, how you do that and keep grannies alive is a kind of interesting question, because old people tend to sort of hear me, like, I had this if they're watching, hi, but my in-laws, he snapped his Achilles tendon the other week and just adamantly refused to go to get an Uber rather than sort of trying to limp for the train. And it was just that that kind of mentality, I think, as you say. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting off topic here. But
no, this is really important, because the messaging will be important. I mean, how do you say to people, go easy on the heat, brackets, but not if you're over 80? I mean, anybody here who's got relatives over 80, you'd be worried about them, right? I mean, this is going to be, that generation, they're stoic. But if they're too stoic and the house is too cold, then they face a real life risk. So I think this is a whole debate which we're only beginning to understand now. We haven't yet found a vocabulary to discuss.
But going back to the point about Liz Truss, I mean, I know you said the proof is in the pudding, but within the addressable universe of potential Tory prime ministers, she is fairly self-evidently the most Thatcherite, the most free market. That's one state that you're probably going to get. And if you look at the people she's put in his cabinet, you don't. I got quite a lot of grief for this on Twitter, but you don't put Jacob Rees-Mogg in as business secretary if you're not really serious about deregulation, growth, post-Brexit opportunities, all of that stuff.
Yeah, there's a few appointments that are quite encouraging, having Matthew Sinclair, for example, former Taxpayer Alliance chief there, certainly Rees-Mogg in business. But to be honest, when I looked at you guys all looked at the same, you look at the cabinet, you try to discern a political message out of this. And I think there's slightly more of a personal message than a political one. These are people who pretty much bent the knee at an early stage. It's difficult to weave an ideological thread through them all. And you see the ones who didn't bend the knee and they're being punished for it. Look, there's Kemi, goodbye. Trade without to Siberia, come back next year. And then you've got like Priti Patel didn't bend the knee, thank you for playing, whack, whack, and so you can see all these little sort of little political vengeance games being played. And sure, there are, I mean, those who...
Nothing quite as exquisite as Boris's habit of putting very tall people into the Treasury next to Rishi.
Yeah, but Boris is... But Boris certainly true that he picked in his cabinet a whole bunch of people who were relied upon not to resign if the Brexit talks got too tough. Right, that was their main job. He didn't want to be held to ransom like Theresa May had been. So you could see in his cabinet, you knew why they were there. You might not particularly rate all of them, but you knew there was an ideological reason. And with Liz Truss, it's harder to tell. It's harder to work out like why Therese Coffey would want to go for both the Deputy Prime Minister and Health Secretary, given what she's got coming up. It's I mean, you're right, Robert, in that if you were to talk, like she has consistently spoken, and this is the other thing about Liz Truss that I think is people get wrong about her. They say that because she's a former Lib Dem Remainer, she changes her mind, etc. She's a vicar of Bray, and I really disagree with that. So I've known her for more than 10 years. I would say I've known her very well. But in the way that us journalists do, we go out for lunch, we chat politics to them, we call them up and see how they think things. And I've been doing that for more than a decade with Liz Truss. And she's one of the most consistent politicians that I've met. She used to be a Liberal Democrat, now she's a Liberal Conservative, but her politics are fundamentally liberal. She on Brexit, I don't think she's changed her mind there. I used to be a Remainer, and then I was a sort of one mild Brexiteer. But for me, it was always a balance of risk. So I was a reluctant Remainer, then I became a reluctant Brexiteer. And it was only because as a Remainer, I thought the EU would reform itself. And when it didn't, I came to, I don't really see it as going from one end of a divide to another, a massive big swing. So Liz Truss, I think her principles are genuinely that she is probably a liberal more than a conservative. She probably wouldn't like to say that, but certainly that's how I would describe her. In the classic English sense of it, she does believe very passionately that countries are at their strongest and most cohesive when the government's got less power and the public has got more. And she thinks that she believes in free trade. She was chomping at the bit to do way better deals than she was allowed to, under what she regarded as the axis of evil of all the protectionists who were against her. You know, she is very. It's very.
Yes, I was shocked to see Theresa Villiers not brought back into government.
Yeah, but there's other. I mean, you know, but she also felt that, and she was right about this. That there were sort of Tory little Englanders who wanted to get, and she was. I remember hearing a story about her when she was in a cabinet meeting, and she was saying to Boris, "Look, it's crazy we're even thinking about doing a free trade deal with America when we're not putting agriculture on the table. What is the point? Are we so scared that the British public are going to be availing themselves of cheap, high quality American goods?" And she was upbraided by that, by Dominic Cummings, apparently. He told her off in front of everybody, and that was a big tension. But my point is that what I hear about her on the record and off the record, for what she says in public and the private conversations, they're all consistent. They're all consistent with the character that we see before us. And this is unusual. I think she's an unusually consistent politician. Now, the test, of course, is whether she can apply these principles. I was given the most pause when that regional pay thing came up recently. That was, I think, a Taxpayers Alliance idea, and pretty good idea. But when that was announced by her team and it caused a fuss, then she dumped it instantly, and then she signed up to the Triple Lock pledge as well. And I thought to myself, well, that's not particularly. First of all, if that wasn't ready, she shouldn't have allowed it to go. So that it wasn't great grasp of her team. But she's going to get knocks like that, especially on pay. Like there's so many storms heading towards her. One of the biggest ones will be unions wanting a pay deal. If she buckles to any of them, then she'll have to buckle to all of them. So, and yet she talks, again, she doesn't intend to buckle. Who does? But she's never really been in a very tough negotiation position like this. So it was a lot, even though she's been around, she's the only cabinet member who was around right from the beginning of the Cameron era. So she's been around for a very long time, but she's never really been put through the furnace in a way that a lot of other people have.
Well, so I mean, we're talking a lot about Liz Truss. I wanted to sort of talk about the conservatism and the conservative movement, because it strikes me we've gone through a sort of very. I mean, it's allowed a level of electoral success that people couldn't really imagine. But we've gone through a period where we had Cameron conservatism, which was, you know, basically let's be a bit more like the electors and let them kind of, you know, rather than the sort of weird, nasty people who no one's ever going to vote for. Then we had May conservatism. Then we had Johnson conservatism, and then we had Truss conservatism. Each of those sort of reacting to the last one. Is there a sort of innate conservatism of the party out there in the party in the country, or is it a case of the movement just sort of, you know, dogs coming to resemble their owners?
Yeah, I think the main aim of conservatism is to stop the other guys getting elected, and that is traditionally the rule of the Conservatives. So the funny thing is, you can certainly call the Conservative the ideological shapeshifters, right? You can talk about freedom, etc. They always do. And if you actually, we're getting towards a Butsker-like position right now, I think. And I think where it's pretty difficult is really to separate the high borrowing, high spending conservative policies from what the other chaps are offering. Now and again, you get forms of conservatism that come along, like when all the tech revolutions were happening back in the beginning of the last decade. George Osborne saw in these guys the little platoons, and Liz Truss herself referred to Britain as Uber driving,
Deliveroo, eating, Airbnb, or it was
Airbnb, sleeping freedom fighters or something, right?
Yeah.
So that was where she's
and in fact, we made up a T-shirt for her at a CPS event with that logo on it, in return for which she called me a hashtag thinking, hashtag wonking, hashtag megastar, which I thought was which is still on my Twitter bio.
Well, there you go. She's great over this. So there's okay. It's funny. Robert Peston's done the Spectator Diary tomorrow, and he recounts how he asked a question in one of his never-ending ones, and she's referred to him as a walking cliche. That was her answer. So she's good at giving epithets. Rob, you're not alone there.
I'd rather be a megastar than a walking cliche. I think that's probably.
But my point is that, you know, the Conservatives did see in these technological advances Burke's little platoons. And they saw people power, they saw a young generation that want more power over their own life. And they thought, okay, freedom to choose, this is now the digital version of it. So it's all coming back. But then that all went the other way. I mean, I think recently Michael Gove was, only a few weeks ago, talking about giving local authorities powers to basically kick Airbnbs out of various places. And then we had regulations, we saw Uber, for nobody can get an Uber now, and they've lost their battle to try to have people on the flexible salaries that they wanted. So those trends are going backwards. So when you try to look at the last decade for the Conservative thread, I think the only thread really is a verbal one, that they talk about how it's good to have taxes being lower.
Yes, everyone at Party Conference going around. I too am a low tax Conservative.
Yeah, and then I'm not even sure what the point of saying that is. The difference that I reckon is, but when it comes to verbal positions, her difference is quite simple. That she thinks that Conservatives have been too fatalistic, too thinking, okay, thinking, okay, demographics plus global trade plus everything means that there is no alternative to a big government. So we might as well make our peace about it and talk about how we want to see the debt to GDP trending down after the next wee while. It's always after the next wee while. There's always 3 years of spending and then it will come, but except it never does. And I think she, which is where I've got some sympathy with her, she is slightly more, her position anyway, is more kind of starve the beast, not Reaganite. But Reaganite was the word that the Sunak campaign used to attack her with. I would describe her policy as being more that which John F. Kennedy described to the New York Economic Society in 1962. He made the very simple and powerful point here that it's not a question of getting of a deficit. It's you choose between a deficit created by inertia or a deficit created by transitioning from a low growth to a high growth economy. So the paradoxical truth, he was saying, is that you get more tax revenues by lower tax yields. In other words, his point there was you're going to get deficits any which ways. You might as well get them when you're attempting to move to growth, and that ultimately the markets will forgive you. That, broadly speaking, is of all the three American, the presidents used to as economic referral points. I think that JFK speech closely comes to her description of economics. But my concern is that she has not come up with anything that anybody could realistically regard as an economic stimulus. I don't think shaving 1% of national insurance in a country where inflation's 10% and God knows how many people are going to be caught into the higher tax band because that isn't going up with inflation. I mean, that is not a stimulus to speak of.
So I'm going to open it up to questions, but I'm going to push back on that. But in one sense, I think there is. So I'm stealing a thesis here from Tom Clockesy, our research director, which is that what changed in British government and changed immeasurably for the worse is that under Thatcher, under Major, even under Blair, and to an extent under Cameron, there is a sense that if there is a problem, you think first about market solutions. You think about choice, competition. You think about the instinctive thing. If you're sitting in the Downing Street policy unit, and by extension, then if you're in the civil service, think, okay, this problem is obviously a problem of the market not working properly, and that especially driven by Theresa May, but also driven by Boris Johnson, sort of drains away. That what is Boris Johnson's theory of public service reform? I've asked that question to several dozen people, and everyone has just sort of sniggered and burst into laughter because it's so ridiculous to kind of even ask the question. Whereas I think with Truss, there is a thesis, there is an ideology. We're going to go back to a stage where like the first answer is going to be, what's the market-based solution to this? And that, I think that's why. So her view would. Gerard Lyons would be slightly more better placed to say this, but I think her view would be, you don't need a stimulus, you don't need government to spend money. What you need to do is have government whittle away at the 1,000 pettifogging inconveniences and obstacles which are holding back growth, which are holding back enterprise, which are holding back dynamism, which are holding back the opportunities and aspirations of the British people. And I'm available for speech writing, Liz, if you're.
Yeah, but in which case you would ideally have an education secretary who talks that sort of language. You'd have a work and pension secretary who would say, what Boris said about low unemployment the other day is a complete lie. There's actually 5 million people out of work benefits in this country. It's like a quarter of Blackpool, 20% of Birmingham, 20% of Glasgow. It's a scandal. and we need to change it. I mean, the Cameron government got things moving because IDS and Gove both spent a lot of time before they took their jobs thinking of what the problem was, how they were going to solve it, and they did it. And you can't do this from the center. You need powerhouse Secretary of States who know what they're doing and will get that reform done. Now, I would feel a lot more confident in the Trust project if the people she'd put in these departments were themselves the sort of people who spoke that language, who did talk about market-based solutions, supply-side reforms, even acknowledged, which right now this government still doesn't do, the size of this calamitous labour market misfunction, where we've got mass unemployment and mass job vacancies. How we manage to combine these two is an act of monumental economic incompetence, and it's still one which the Conservatives aren't really confronting. So I would love to think, Rob, that you're right, that she, by the way, if she was in any of these positions, she probably would be the great reforming education secretary. But she needs people around her cabinet who speak this language and, most importantly, can enact it, because there's so much work to do.
Well, on that point, we'll open it up to questions. If anyone, right, well, it's the two distinguished gentlemen at the front. Douglas McNeil, who will doubtless, former advisor to Rishi Sunak, who will doubtless want to push back against your desperately unfair treatment of him, and Alex Morton,
who is an advisor to Kemi Badenoch. Just let's keep this equal.
Quick ask, what your conservative principles, what Liz Truss's conservative principles, should leaders were thinking about the prospect of government intervening in the energy market on behalf of firms. Individuals, that's a different story. With firms, you know, the political case, the human case is quite obvious, quite compelling in many ways. But on the other hand, the notion of the state stepping in to help people who have taken on, you know, way more equity risks than they really can handle doesn't seem entirely satisfactory. Doesn't really seem the way to a dynamic economy. Doesn't really seem fair to the taxpayers who would be providing the assistance, many of whom are not in the business of taking equity risks themselves. They're not entrepreneurs, they're just wage slaves. And if you take the view that higher interest rates wouldn't be a bad idea because they would burn off some of those so-called zombie companies, which I think some of the Conservative family do take that view, well, then there's no point in taking that view whilst at the same time propping up companies with the other hand, as it were. Many of those companies would, of course, be small companies. So maybe it's the case that we're okay with zombies so long as they're small zombies. But anyway, I'm interested in your reflections on those issues.
Do you want to take it?
No, I quickly answer that. I think you're completely right about that. During the pandemic, there were very few insolvencies, and that was obviously a lot of companies which ought to have gone bust and didn't. So if you look at how many in a healthy society, there are going to be a certain number of failures. So if we get into a situation where we regard every business failure as something the government should step in to collapse, that is the road to disaster. And more to that, it's actually saving them all up for a lot of insolvencies later on. And I do worry that we've got into the situation now where if somebody goes on the radio and says my business is facing terrible problems, and then the government's going to come in, right? So I do worry about that, and I do think that we do have a large number of zombies. I think it's part of the productivity problem and part of the economic growth problem. Simply that we have not had that kind of straight economic refreshment, the allocation of resources away from businesses whose models don't work to businesses that do. That process has been retarded by all these years of bailout, and it's about to be retarded again. And ultimately, who's got the money to do all this? It's got to come from somewhere, and that crunch point is going to come. But the answer to your question, of course, is quite interesting. Under what circumstances should a government bail out a business? And typically, you do that if you think that the scarring longer term is going to be so bad, but it's worth borrowing the money to prevent it now. But I don't see any such analysis being done there right now. I see more of a political panic. And that's what worries me. I think we're about to go straight into a furlough stuff. And I think, by the way, that furlough, while it helps so many people in so many ways, I think it had lots of unintended side effects, which even it drives me mad. Nobody wants to talk about them. So let's talk about the people over 50 not going back into the labor market. Let's talk about all these other people who weren't working for a year and needed help to get back into the market, but they haven't been given that. As a result, we've now got a country which is basically economically decommissioned 13% of the workforce. I mean, that is a problem. But the first step to solving a problem is to recognizing the problem. And we're not doing that now. So as well as not recognizing the side effects of furlough, we do risk repeating the same thing with these energy bailouts.
And now, Alex, yes, as Douglas said, is as well as being still for the next couple of weeks at the CPS, was policy chief to Kemi.
Isn't one of the best things about Liz Truss is that she so obviously believes in free markets and deregulation, and all the others, since 2010, there have been lots of people who say, I believe in low taxes and reform and deregulation, et cetera, and yet taxes go up, regulations get more onerous, the economy gets worse and worse. Liz so obviously believes it that if she fails, that finally the Conservative Party will start having to think, hang on, is there something about the structure of government? Is there something about the structure of the way that stakeholders and everything interacts? There is a sort of weird stakeholder government complex, to sort of borrow a phrase, that is dysfunctional and needs to be examined and understood, rather than us just assuming that the last guys were stupid, but now I'm in charge, everything's going to be fine. So Liz's great service will be either her willpower will drive us through, or if not, something structural has to be completely reworked.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because let's say, for the sake of argument, that after all being all enthused by this talk of low taxes, a year later we don't arrive, and in fact things are going to get worse. But of course, I think, which is what the Sunak campaign had right, was to point out that high taxes are only ever a reflection of high spending. So if you're not serious about addressing the spending, you're not serious about cutting the taxes. Have we heard that much from the Truss campaign about cutting the size of a state? I'm not sure that we have. Therefore, how seriously can we take talk of lower taxes? Not particularly seriously. Not until, I mean, by the way, this is early days, right? So I'm not making a judgment either way on this, but you're completely right to say that the Conservatives talk about low taxes as if it's something that you can write in a policy manifesto and just do it, rather than think fundamentally, like, look at the net zero, the ways in which we've had this high spending Tory reflex to every single problem that's come along. I mean, take the NHS. The Tories have been trying to bribe their way out of every NHS problem ever since the Brexit vote came along. And now we've got to think our spending on the NHS, in the health service, is the second highest in the OECD now of any country apart from America, according to the last figures. And still we've got an NHS which is in crisis in summer. So then that is a question, well, maybe it's the model, maybe it's not the money.
Well, I mean, just to chip in on this, I mean, Alex, you'll be familiar with these stories because you were there. You know, when she was Chief Secretary of the Treasury, Liz Truss came to us and said, hey, can you get backbench MPs together, get together some really good ideas for cutting for cuts that we can make so that we can lower taxes or, find money to do other things. They're all Tories, they must believe in this stuff. And so we held a series of roundtables with backbench MPs, and it turned out that they don't really believe in this stuff, or at least not enough of them believe in this stuff. Or and likewise with Rishi, after his first budget, I was like, really good, great job, especially given how you didn't have much time to put it together. You could have maybe spent a little less money. And he said, you know how many people have told me that? It's basically you, like all my colleagues are just like, we wanted more, more money for our constituencies, our lovely constituencies. I mean,
and that's to your point about conservatism. We're now getting lots of backbenchers who basically think it's their job to get more pork barrel spending for their constituency. We're moving more into that American model. And if you get enough people, so there's no sort of now clubs discussing the future of the state like these used to be 20, 30 years ago. It's all basically, where's my motorway, where's my whatever. And of course, then you end up with what you just described there, I think, is a very important nervous system here. If Rishi Sunak feels that he's getting no pressure at all to cut spending, all he's getting is pressure the other way around, then that is what he's trying to say to Rob there is, look, I'm a politician here. I can't, if nobody really is backing me up in this, I can't really go forward. So when you look at the people coming into Parliament now, if they are going there fundamentally thinking, okay, I'm here to wangle as much cash as I can, that will lead to a high taxing Conservative government. And when it comes to the next election, the Conservatives lose the right to say that we will cost you less than the other guys. And I think, by the way, we're at that stage now. I think it would be a very bold Tory Prime Minister who has a manifesto pledge not to raise taxes after having just spectacularly broken the last pledge. Now, of course, she's about to amend that pledge, but still, that will be there in the voters' minds. I still think it'd be a pretty bold thing to do, to say we'll cost you less than the other guys, which fundamentally has been the main promise which keeps Conservatives in power.
So the lady at the back there.
On the subsidisation of energy bills, I've lost count of the number of times I've seen in newspaper articles, oh, people face the choice between eating and heating, which is quite ridiculous because if you don't eat, you'll die. But as far as heating is concerned, you should just put more clothes on. It never ceases to amaze me these days, having grown up in the 1970s when people just did put more clothes on during the winter, the way people seem to dress for summer during the winter and then turn the heating on full blast and then complain that they can't afford to heat adequately. So surely it would be a conservative policy to encourage people to use less heating, to wear more clothes, rather than just give out handouts to everyone to continue with the present wasteful expenditure of energy.
This is what I tell my wife the whole time. I mean, I'm completely right. She's Swedish, right? And they take the view that the house should always be warm enough to wear underwear all around the house whenever you want, right? That's crazy. I mean, I was brought up in the Highlands where we were lucky to have 2 warm rooms in the whole place. When you went to bed, there was a hot water bottle. You dive in there before the frostbite grabbed you. And if there's a glass of water next to your bed, it was probably frozen. You know, it didn't do us any harm. And
yes.
I think we should, you're quite right. We should get some Highland hardiness back here in this stuff. But anyway,
but set against that, as you said, you did like, yeah, well, I mean, 1 degree lower does kill.
Well,
thousands.
Well, because the fact is, yes, you're right. I like to think that probably the society has evolved a little bit from the Highland homes I was staying at back in the day, where the winter mortality wasn't brilliant. It is. I don't know. It's, to be honest, I think things that ought to have moved on as a country. You know, Norway's excess winter deaths are like a fraction of ours, because they somehow managed to buy houses that are properly insulated, and we're still struggling to do that. So look, there is. I don't know. I mean, certainly this winter, I will be taking that hardy approach in my own house, telling my Scandinavian wife to forget it, put on another jumper. We're only going to be heating 3 rooms. And hers isn't one of them. But
one thing to I mean, just
but we're not 80-year-olds.
Yeah,
that's
and also just something again in a very good briefing from Carl this morning, which, picking up on a point Neil O'Brien has made, there are within the UK there are several, like a decent chunk of the population who are not just poor but in homes which are incredibly expensive to heat. They tend to be out in rural areas. That there are tens of thousands of people who are spending already, before this crisis, were spending 23% of their cash on heating. So like, it's not just that everyone. It's not just a question of turning radiator up and down. There are people for whom this is absolutely.
Yeah. Look, every family is different. People live a house in a different way. There will be people who are quite happy living in cold houses, and they can handle it and they're used to it. And there will be other people who are a lot more vulnerable. And the choice between heating and eating is actually, I think, the tragedy is that there'll be probably millions of families who will be, first of all, on the breadline when it comes to foods, and looking at, I think Age Concern says that it recommends, if you're over 80, you keep the house at over 21 degrees. I'm not quite sure how many people can afford to do that this winter, but I do, my Highland levity aside, this is I think those concerns are horribly valid. I wish that they weren't. One of the things is we should be less accustomed to seeing 40,000 winter deaths as something that just happens in Britain. We should be a lot more angry about that. If those deaths happened to a younger age group, they'll happen to the over 80s. So therefore nobody cares. I've always thought that I'd like to move to a system, just despite my upbringing, where we do get a lot more angry about excess winter deaths, which number greater than 5,000.
The distinguished and handsome gentleman just by you, Gerard, who also happens to be from one of my bosses. So.
From an over 80-year-old to the Scotsman on the platform, what should Truss do, or what will she do, one, and what should she do, two, about sturgeon?
she was asked this question and she said, just ignore her, didn't she? That was the, and she was attacked for that.
Yeah, the SNP took it in their typically good faith and,
But I have to say that she's got a point. I mean, the SNP want to present an image of Scotland which is absolutely chomping at the bits to have a referendum. But when you look at the opinion polls, there is nowhere near the support which they claim. And I think Nicola Sturgeon is calling a bluff. And the further you are away from Scotland, the more inclined you are to believe that bluff. She's got a real problem in what you call the double outers, people who voted to leave the EU and also want to leave the UK as well. These double outers are not at all comfortable with Sturgeon's idea of rejoining the EU and having a hard border with England. She has got so many deep problems right now, but I would simply not accept her premise. That's one of the things that I loathe about nationalism is the way that nationalists always claim to speak for the whole country. Scotland wants this, Scotland wants that, Scotland wants this. I mean, Scotland wants this democracy, but democracy in Scotland was when there was a referendum not so long ago where the majority of Scots voted to stay. So I think that I think I would like Liz Truss not to be so easily duped as I think David Cameron often was about the SNP's claim to speak for Scotland. I'd like to see her visit Scotland quite regularly to remember she's the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. I would like to see a lot more UK-wide policies and just a lot more, it was sort of, what Nicola Sturgeon wants to do is to persuade all British Prime Ministers they are somehow English Prime Ministers and hope they will, when they come to Scotland, there's almost like a foreign dignitary visiting. I hope Liz Truss will not accept that premise. And the opinion polls, when last I checked, show quite a, since Sturgeon announced her second referendum, the popularity of it has gone down even more. Those who either want the referendum or those who say that they'd vote in it. And the economics of it are now just very, very difficult. I mean, last time it was difficult enough, but now if you're genuinely proposing a Northern Ireland style border between England and Scotland, think of the friction there, think of the economic impact. I mean, it's just, the SNP has not come up with an economic prospectus for how things would look under a Scotland in the EU with a hard border with England. And the reason they haven't done that is because the figures wouldn't come close to adding up. So right now, what you should do about Nicola Sturgeon is be, civil, courteous, but do not accept the nationalist premise that prime ministers ought to stay south of the border, and to try to do as much as she can to demonstrate the union delivering for Scots. I think during the 2014 campaign, the positive case for the union hadn't been made nearly well enough. It's difficult to make a positive case very quickly. So they had to come up with Project Fear, the original Project Fear. If you vote to leave, you're too poor, you'll never make it, etc. And that can work, but it's like chemotherapy. It kind of injects poison into the political bloodstream. And it ended up really not crippling, but damaging the unions longer term. The positive case for the union takes longer time to build up. So I would take that seriously. I would keep making that case, but I would not worry or believe the premise of Scotland itching to break away, because it's not.
We have time for just one last question. Well, we'll take the two questions there, and then.
Hi, Fraser. Like you, I supported Kemi Badenoch because I felt that she had a very broad agenda which covered the economy and the cultural issues. At an earlier session here today, there was a degree of squeamishness about some of these cultural issues, and the appointments to the cabinet suggest that perhaps we're not now going to hear any more reprises about what a woman is, for instance. What do you think Liz Truss government is going to do about these cultural issues?
Sorry.
Oh, I was going to ask if we get the gentleman there as well, and then I think that'll be it for us.
Oh, hi. I'm privileged to be also married to a woman from Stockholm.
Yeah.
And I'm rather disappointed that you're so happy to give up the great privilege of seeing your partner wandering around with virtually nothing on.
So, see, my impression was it was Fraser wandering around in virtually nothing.
But it costs so much for that. I mean, really, that's an extra £1.5 grand, and I'm too Scottish for that, right? See, we're getting to the really important issues here.
Yeah, but on the culture. So,
sorry.
So you missed the discussion, but essentially, James Frayne and others were saying that, look, voters are not activated by this stuff. Tory voters are patriotic. They are proud of Britain and its history. They want to defend that when it is attacked. But they are not. But if you start talking about woke and gender neutral toilets rather than cost of living, they'll wonder what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, well, this is, Boris Johnson himself was at 6s and 7s with this, and he couldn't work out whether to deploy Kemi or not. And she wasn't sure whether she had a license to go out and say this is conservative policy or this is what I just think. Now, certainly seeing her in the remit that she's got does suggest that that is not a tape they wish to play at the next election. So that's there's two ways of seeing it. One is that basically, I think not statistically, Kemi is the bookmaker's favourite to become the next Conservative leader. Typically, no Tory PM wants to give a potential rival that much opportunity to shine. So that might explain why she's been sent for the Siberian trade minister role. But also it might be that Liz Truss wants to, as Boris Johnson wanted to, be more conciliatory and to dial down the culture wars and to try to win back votes in London where they don't like talking about that. I take a slightly different view of this. I think there is a young generation coming in here, especially the ones who've been through these madrasas of our universities recently, for whom this matters a great deal, for whom this is what brings them into politics. In the same way for my generation, it was the Cold War. For other people, it might have been anything about, but something brings you into this side of a divide. And for a lot of other people, they think this isn't about gender neutral toilets. This is simply about your ability to speak freely about things without being fear of losing your job, so I think there is a younger generation of Conservatives coming through for whom they are willing to fight for what they regard as being the new battle basically against racism, because that's the way that they see it. Why should you be defining people by their skin color? Didn't we get rid of all this in the 1980s? Now it's coming back and they don't want it. Now, so a lot of people put off by this, but for a lot of people, they regard it as the progressive cause of our era. And I think that right now, the Conservatives will need all the help they can get. And they can get help from a bunch of people who vote Conservative to promote a more tolerant language and to promote just more, to try to just unwind some of the excesses of the new sort of witch hunts which we see in so many of our atmospheres. Then I don't think that's a tool the Conservatives should quickly discard.
President, I could stay and talk to you for hours on end, and I think everyone could listen because you are utterly fascinating speaker. I remember at party conference getting in the middle of an argument over policy detail between yourself and Neil O'Brien, and I've never felt more outclassed in the conversation. But thank you so much for joining us. It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you all of you for joining us today, and see you soon.